The story begins several tens of minutes ago in a sprawling, indifferent metropolis. Feudi Kurito reflects on the immense exhaustion of arranging a funeral all alone. He realizes his father must have shouldered this same heavy burden years ago. As night falls, he finds himself a solitary figure on a city overpass. A stark and crushing realization begins to dawn on him in the darkness. He is Feudi Kurito, 27, and now completely and utterly alone in the world. The recent chaos made him forget he has no family, friends, or lover left. He remembers his father's warm welcome, a greeting he will never hear again. With no one to depend on, he considers asking for time off, but knows it is useless. He desperately wishes for even half a day to grieve, but his rage is impotent. The weight of his hopeless situation presses down on him from all sides. A callous email from his boss confirms his worst fears, preemptively denying any leave. His boss has beaten him to the punch. He must work tomorrow, despite his loss. A profound disgust fills him. He feels he has no place left in this world. He wishes to throw it all away and escape to a faraway, comfortable life. A mysterious, otherworldly voice suddenly grants his desperate, unspoken wish. Startled, he spins around, demanding to know the source of the impossible voice. A blindfolded figure materializes behind him, surrounded by a glowing magical sigil. He stumbles backward in absolute terror as his world begins to warp around him. His reality dissolves in a dizzying flash of light and sensation. One moment later, he finds himself standing on a warm, cobblestone street. His eyes widen in disbelief as he struggles to process the impossible scene. He looks up at a magnificent castle, wondering what this strange new place is. A reptilian man haggles at a market stall, confirming this is no ordinary town. A woman with pointed ears glances his way, her presence adding to the fantasy. The voice explains this is the other world he wished for, and he shouts in disbelief. The being grants him the power to go far away and tells him to live freely. He panics, yelling that the explanation is not nearly enough as the presence fades. He is left alone, the center of attention for the curious local townspeople. Overwhelmed by the sudden attention, he realizes he has made a complete spectacle of himself. He never expected another world, but he certainly doesn't want to return to his old life. A flicker of determination appears, his mind weighing the terrifying new possibilities. With his decision made, he takes a firm, decisive step into his new life. Feudi Kurito forces himself to think, knowing he must keep a cool head now. He realizes he doesn't even want to return to his old world anyway. He resolves to focus on one thing, learning how to live in this place. He observes the townspeople, taking in their simple, rustic style of dress. Seeing demi-humans, he confirms this is a fantasy world, just like in a game. His mind, trained by fiction, knows the first step in any fantasy world is money. He briefly wonders what he can do to earn some much-needed coin. While walking, he notices the curious gazes of the local townspeople on him. He looks around, wondering why everyone seems to be staring in his direction. A sudden realization hits him. His formal black suit is making him stand out. He decides he must sell his current clothes and buy something more appropriate. His eyes scan the street, searching for a place that can help him. He spots a shop with a sign that looks perfect for his needs. A portly shopkeeper greets him with a booming welcome, calling him a nobleman. Kurito follows the cheerful man into the well-stocked clothing store. He ignores the title and explains he wants to sell his suit to buy new clothes. The shopkeeper's wife notes his clothes are of a much higher quality than usual. The man confirms the suit is exceptional and asks if Kurito is sure he wants to sell. Amazed by the pristine fabric, the shopkeeper offers a price of 40 gold coins. Kurito realizes he has no idea what this world's currency is actually worth. He quickly forms a plan, his expression turning serious and focused. Deciding to haggle, he tells the shopkeeper that the offer is a bit low. He confidently bluffs that another shop would surely offer him 50 gold coins. His gamble pays off, and he thanks the man for agreeing to his price. He then asks the shopkeeper to pick out a standard set of local clothes for him. Now dressed like an adventurer, he feels he has the basic equipment he needs. He realizes he can somehow understand the language and even read the local script. He wonders if the godlike being gave him these abilities to help him adapt. He decides he should try to confirm his other suspicions about this new world. Just then, a slight movement nearby catches his attention, and he turns his head. A small elf girl in a red hood asks if he would like to buy a flower. Kurito is surprised by the sudden offer, as the girl looks down shyly. A brilliant idea strikes him. This is the perfect opportunity to get information. Seeing a chance for information, Kurito offers to buy a flower from the young elf girl. In return, she says she has a few questions she'd like to ask him. She agrees to answer anything he wants, but only after he buys the flower first. When he asks the price, she beams, telling him it costs 2 blue copper coins. He places the small coins into her outstretched hand as she thanks him politely. Kurito confirms that she will answer his questions, feeling it's a small price to pay. He asks her to teach him the value of money, knowing it's a strange request. The girl is surprised he'd ask something so simple, but he insists it is vital. With a determined nod, she agrees and begins her detailed explanation for him. He mentally converts the values, realizing the new currency system is tiered by worth. With nearly 500,000 yen, he feels he has enough funds to start his new life. He confirms he is in the Aldeus Kingdom, and that the country of Japan is unknown here. With his isolation confirmed, he asks about finding a place to work in the city. The girl bluntly asks if the uncle is unemployed, her question hitting him hard. He awkwardly explains he's a new traveler, grimacing at being called an uncle at 27. She suggests he go to the Adventurers Guild, a new concept to him. He recognizes the idea of completing requests for money, just like in video games. She excitedly relays her father's advice. Men can make a fortune by slaying monsters. Realizing he can't remain jobless, Kurito steals his resolve and makes his decision. He agrees to go to the guild and asks her to show him the way. Inside the guild, he sees a battle-scarred warrior in heavy plate armor. Another burly, world-weary adventurer adds to the intimidating atmosphere of the hall. Kurito feels overwhelmed by the sheer power radiating from the seasoned adventurers. He tries to act confident, but feels awkward and out of place among the veterans. A cheerful receptionist with fluffy beast ears welcomes him warmly to the guild. He is momentarily stunned by her appearance, wondering if her animal ears are real. He gathers himself and states his purpose. He has decided to become an adventurer. The receptionist asks if he needs an explanation of the guild, and he agrees. She explains the ranking system, a ladder from F to the heroic S rank. F rank involves simple deliveries, while higher ranks take on dangerous monster quests. She encourages him to do his best and aim for the top ranks. She also covers the guild's basic rules, such as the prohibition against fighting. Concluding her explanation, she states the fee is 5 silver coins, and he accepts. The receptionist instructs a curious Kurito to hold his hand over the large crystal orb. Kurito curiously asks about the large crystal orb before him. Kusha explains it is for registering adventurers and networking guild information. He asks how the device functions, but she apologetically says she cannot say. He apologizes for his odd question, but she whispers she doesn't know either. She instructs him to simply place his hand on the orb to begin. As his palm makes contact, a jolt of energy surges through him. Glowing runes envelop him as a torrent of magical knowledge floods his mind. The brilliant light fades, and he opens his eyes, feeling fundamentally changed. Kusha announces that his personal information has now been displayed. She reads his name, Futi Kurito, then trails off, her expression confused. The orb reveals his shocking aptitude, a power called spatial magic. Kusha asks her senior, Lumina, if she understands this newly registered magic. Lumina is baffled, noting it's not any of the known elemental magics. Kusha laments that the guild master is away on business and cannot help. Amidst the confusion, Kurito asks if they can proceed with his registration. Kusha turns to her senior, asking what she thinks they should do. She reasons that since it's not against the rules, it should be fine. With his registration complete, Kurito leaves to test his new powers. He finds a quiet, secluded alleyway to begin his first experiments. He focuses, calling out the name of his first spell, Spatial Cut. An invisible force lashes out, slicing a wooden barrel cleanly in two. He recoils slightly, amazed by the effortless display of destructive power. He prepares another spell, this one called Spatial Distortion. A swirling vortex of energy appears on the side of a nearby barrel. It violently consumes a chunk of the wood before vanishing without a trace. He realizes his magic directly interferes with the fabric of space itself. He reflects with a wry smile that this magic is ridiculously overpowered. The knowledge he gained confirmed such a power shouldn't exist in this world. He shudders, thinking of the danger if a bad person had this ability. He wonders what the god was thinking, giving him such a strange power. He recalls the being's parting words, the power to go far away. He wonders if his spatial magic can be used for movement and travel. He looks up at a nearby rooftop, an audacious idea forming in his mind. He closes his eyes, picturing the rooftop as his destination. In an instant, he materializes on the roof tiles, utterly shocked. He marvels that he truly moved in the blink of an eye. He looks down at the street below, confirming his new, elevated position. He decides he wants to go somewhere with an even better view. He vanishes from the rooftop in a burst of spatial energy. He reappears, stumbling onto a high balcony with a startled gasp. He catches his breath, amazed by the spectacular, high vantage point. The entire, sprawling city of Zephril is laid out before him. He whispers to himself that it's a beautiful, wonderful sight. The breathtaking view reminds him of a moment with his late father. He remembers his father saying that while work is indeed important, it is most important to live the life you truly want to live. Kurito closes his eyes, absorbing the profound weight of the memory. He thinks of his old world, a suffocating cage of concrete and steel. He recalls his oppressive boss and the superficial relationships at his job. His father's words and the god's words now make perfect, resounding sense. He leans on the balcony railing, a peaceful, contented smile on his face. The vast cityscape stretches out before him, filled with endless promise. The grand castle on the hill is a symbol of his new world. He understands now that his father's words and the gods were true. He vows to use his incredible magic to live exactly as he pleases. With this power, he can go anywhere. His potential is truly infinite. A new chapter begins, day one of his new life in another world. He resolved to take on his very first job in this exciting world. It's a simple F-rank quest, nothing more than a delivery. He thinks that given his unique magic, this is the perfect start. The lower rank quests are mostly chores, but delivery suits him well. To be perfectly honest, he would rather not fight monsters just yet. The request is to go from the South District to the East District. He stands on a wooden walkway, clutching the request, ready to begin. In a flash of light, he teleports away from the walkway. He reappears high on a balcony, ready to get his bearings. He notes the one and only demerit of his movement magic. A diagram explains he can only teleport to places he has already seen. From his high vantage point, he quickly spots the destination house. He vanishes again in a blur of shimmering, spatial energy. He appears outside the client's home, announcing he is an adventurer. The door opens to reveal an elderly man who must be from his delighted and amazed by Kurito's incredibly fast arrival. He asks Kurito to deliver 2 wooden chairs to his granddaughter. Kurito cheerfully accepts the task, promising to deliver them right away. He stands before the 2 wooden chairs left in the yard. With a sly grin, he prepares to use his subspace storage ability. A swirling dark portal opens in the air before him. He casually tosses both of the chairs into the pocket dimension. He lets out a satisfied sigh after the chairs have completely disappeared. He marvels at how incredibly, almost unfairly, convenient his magic is. It feels just like using an item box from a video game. He teleports away, ready to complete the final leg of the delivery. He arrives in another part of the city near the granddaughter's home. He knocks on the door, announcing that he has a delivery. The door is opened by a surprised but friendly-looking young woman. She recognizes the chairs her grandfather had promised to send her. She's surprised such a slender young man could manage the heavy delivery. She gives him a radiant smile, thanking him for being so quick. Her genuine gratitude catches him completely off guard and touches him deeply. He flashes back to his old bosses, who only ever screamed and demanded more. Being thanked for his work is a foreign but wonderful feeling. He bids the happy customer farewell, his first job a resounding success. A few days later, he is back at the Adventurers Guild. Kusha calls out, asking him to come over for a moment. He's flustered, and she is comically annoyed that he forgot her name. She reintroduces herself with a smug little grin. Her name is Kusha. She reminds him to remember her name as she manages his jobs. She tells him his speedy delivery has become the talk of the guild. He asks what she wants, and she says she has a special job for him. Kusha leans forward with a bright smile, offering Kurito a special delivery request. Kurito is shocked by the sudden offer to work outside the capital city. With a strained smile, Kusha explains he's taking all the work from other adventurers. Kurito crosses his arms, admitting he is interested in jobs beyond the city walls. He hesitates, his thoughts turning to the dangers of monsters in the wilderness. Kusha presents her incentives, a higher reward and a recommendation for an E-rank promotion. She adds that a rank up would come with a very nice pay increase. Kurito immediately accepts the offer, unable to resist the promise of a better salary. Beyond the city gates lies a vast, sun-drenched plain stretching towards distant mountains. Kurito shields his eyes from the sun, marveling at the magnificent, open landscape. He reflects on the small perks of being an adventurer, like not paying departure taxes. The request is to deliver a sealed letter and a pouch of money to Howren Village. He understands this is a trial, a test of his abilities for his rank up. Kurito stands on the path leading out of the city, a gentle breeze rustling the grass. He steels himself for the journey ahead, his expression filled with calm resolve. He smiles, appreciating the beautiful scenery he could never have seen in his old world. With a quiet, "all right," he prepares to begin his first real adventure. His face is a mask of concentration as he utters the single word, teleport. He reappears down the path, grinning that this is far faster than traveling by carriage. He continues his journey, teleporting in short, efficient bursts across the open field. He pauses his advance, his gaze dropping to something he holds in his hand. Looking at his map, he breaks into a nervous sweat at the immense distance to Howren Village. An idea begins to form as he gazes thoughtfully towards the sky. He watches a lone bird soaring effortlessly on the wind high above him. He wonders if a bird's-eye view would allow him to travel much farther in one go. With a glint of determination in his eye, he decides to test his new theory. He teleports straight up, flailing in surprise high in the sky beside a startled bird. He shouts in triumph that it worked, then immediately panics as he begins to plummet. As he falls, his eye, reflecting the clouds, focuses on a new destination. Just before hitting the ground, he teleports again, reappearing safely in midair. A wide, excited grin spreads across his face as he realizes the technique works. He chains his teleports, effectively flying high above the landscape, the capital shrinking behind him. He laughs with pure joy, shouting that it feels just like flying and is amazing. His exhilarating flight is cut short as he spots something on the road below. Peeking down from the sky, he identifies a small band of creatures as goblins. He remembers the guild's wanted posters, realizing he's never seen a goblin in person. His combat experience is limited to practicing his attack magic on inanimate barrels. His expression is grim as he contemplates the necessity of his first real fight. He steels his resolve, knowing that as an adventurer, he cannot avoid monsters forever. He teleports to the ground, and the goblins immediately turn, alerted to his presence. The goblins let out guttural snarls, their grotesque faces filled with malice. Kurito stands his ground, surrounded by the advancing monsters, ready for his first battle. His eyes narrow with intense focus as he prepares to unleash his power. He thrusts his hand forward, shouting the name of his first spell, Spatial Cut. An invisible blade of force strikes the lead goblin as it charges towards him. The creature is sliced cleanly in two, its body falling as the others look on. He swiftly dodges a clumsy swing from another goblin, moving with practiced ease. He counters, his face a mask of effort as he shouts, Spatial Distortion. A swirling vortex of blackness erupts, warping space and consuming the second monster. He stands over the fallen goblins, the immediate danger having passed. He lets out a shaky breath, relieved that he somehow managed to survive the encounter. He grimaces at the gruesome sight of the bisected corpse, finding it deeply unpleasant. He feels a pang of guilt, having never killed before, even if they were monsters. He looks at his hand, reminding himself to use his incredible power with great care. He uses his spatial storage to collect the ears as proof of subjugation. The sun begins to set, casting a golden light over a range of snow-capped mountains. He teleports to a hilltop, his eyes widening as he spots his destination. Below him lies a small, peaceful village nestled in a tranquil valley. He arrives at the village wall, confirming that this is his destination, Howren Village. A well-built guard with a spear stands watch at the simple wooden gate. The guard looks up from his post, asking if Kurito is a traveler. Kurito introduces himself as an adventurer from the capital, here on a delivery quest. The guard is surprised to see someone from the capital in their remote village. His eyes widen in sudden recognition when Kurito mentions the names Greg and Tyra. He laughs heartily, recognizing the names of the villagers who became adventurers. He smiles warmly, saying he understands the situation now. Kurito is surprised and touched by the guard's gratitude for his long journey. He asks to be shown to the delivery address, but the guard has other plans. The guard tells him to rest, as the sun is setting and it's too late to travel. Kurito agrees, thinking he can simply teleport back instantly on his next trip. As Kurito turns to leave, the guard warns him there are no inns nearby. The guard throws a friendly arm around him, insisting he stay at his house. Kurito is completely taken aback by the sudden, forceful invitation. The guard begins to drag him along, demanding to hear stories about the capital. They arrive at a charming, ivy-covered cottage on the edge of the woods. The guard bursts through the door, loudly announcing that he is home. A kind-faced woman greets him, then notices the stranger he has brought along. Kurito politely apologizes for the intrusion and introduces himself and his host's wife, Stella. He finally learns his boisterous host's name is Andre. Andre waves off the formalities, while Stella apologizes for her husband's forwardness. Stella smiles warmly, inviting Kurito to stay for dinner. Kurito looks around the cozy home, still slightly bewildered by the situation. He notes with comfort that this world also has a custom of removing shoes indoors. A small voice calls out, welcoming her father home before spotting the guest. A young girl with blonde hair tied in a ponytail peeks out from a doorway. Andre proudly introduces his daughter, Nina, to their guest, Kurito. Kurito politely introduces himself, explaining that her father offered him a place to stay. Nina's face erupts into a huge, joyful smile as she welcomes him. Kurito thinks to himself what a cute and friendly girl she is. Andre suddenly grabs Kurito, his face menacing as he warns him against any funny business. Kurito yelps in pain as Andre tightens his grip in a powerful headlock. Stella forcefully pulls her husband away by the ear, scolding him for his foolishness. Kurito sits with Nina, who is still looking at him with curious eyes. Andre proudly tells his daughter that Kurito has come all the way from the capital. Nina's expression is one of quiet awe as she processes this amazing news. Her face explodes with pure excitement as she gasps. The capital? She bounces around Kurito, begging him to tell her lots of stories about the city. Stella smiles, remarking that stories from a traveler are a rare and wonderful treat. She gently encourages Kurito to indulge her daughter's curiosity if he is willing. Andre once again warns Kurito not to fill his daughter's head with strange ideas. A magnificent feast is laid out, with a steaming gratin at its center. Kurito and Nina's mouths water, their eyes sparkling in anticipation. Andre proudly offers his guest a bottle of the village's finest wine. Kurito accepts, and Andre enthusiastically encourages him to drink up. A generous amount of deep red wine is poured into Kurito's glass. Kurito compliments the wine's fine aroma, pleasing the proud Andre. Andre explains that the local grape farmer is a master of his craft. With a clinking of glasses, they make a toast to the wonderful meal. Kurito takes a sip, savoring the rich and delicious flavor. Andre and Nina proudly boast about their village's superior wine and produce. Stella kindly tells Kurito to eat his fill, as there is plenty. He declares Stella's cooking to be the absolute best, making her blush happily. Andre proudly agrees, saying his wife's food is the best in the world. The family shares a warm, cheerful meal together, filling the room with laughter. Kurito quietly reflects on how wonderful this kind of family experience is. Andre notices his thoughtful expression and asks if something is wrong. Andre enthusiastically invites Kurito to quit adventuring and move to the village. Touched by the sincere offer, Kurito can only respond with a smile. He thinks that once he is settled, such a peaceful life would be nice. The next morning, Kurito awakens for the first time in the village. A groggy, half-conscious thought of his old company drifts through his mind. He realizes he doesn't have to go and decides to sleep a little longer. He gives his face a firm slap to jolt himself fully awake. Stella greets him with a warm smile, asking if he slept well. He thanks her for her kindness, even for the borrowed, oversized pajamas. Stella explains that visitors are rare, so everyone was very excited. She laughs, recalling how Andre wanted to sleep in the same room. Andre appears, defensively asking who she is calling overprotective. He declares that for a father with a daughter, it's only natural. He gets in Kurito's face, demanding to know if he behaved himself. Stella calmly intervenes, telling them both to go wash up for breakfast. Kurito is amazed by the sight of the delicious breakfast spread. A thick slice of toast is topped with a perfectly cooked sunny-side-up egg. He thinks to himself that he should wash his face quickly. The village is nestled in a beautiful, sprawling landscape of rolling hills. Andre leads Kurito on a walk through the picturesque countryside. Kurito finds the quiet, natural surroundings incredibly peaceful and calming. He tells Andre it's a lovely village where time seems to slow down. Andre wisely notes that many young people mistake this tranquility for boredom. He adds that being bored is, in itself, a kind of luxury. Andre seems to appreciate Kurito's thoughtful words. Kurito reflects that his old life was too desperate for such luxuries. He realizes that this is the best he's slept in a long time. His quiet contemplation is interrupted by a familiar voice. Nina is telling him how the capital is full of different races. Kurito apologizes for rambling, but Nina begs him to tell her more. She is surprised to hear he hasn't been in the capital for long. With childlike curiosity, Nina asks Kurito where he came from. He explains that he came from a very, very far away place. He adds that, for him, it wasn't a very good place. He looks at her, waiting to see how she will respond. Nina beams, declaring that from now on, every day will be fun. Kurito is left speechless by her simple, heartfelt optimism. He can only manage a quiet, thoughtful ah in response. Finally, Andre announces that they have arrived at their destination. He points out a charming, rustic cottage, the home of Greg and Tyra. Andre laughs, explaining that his fellow villagers, they are all connected. He offers to go call them, and Kurito gratefully accepts. A wide shot shows the stunning, snow-capped mountains in the distance. An elderly couple appears, introducing themselves as Greg and Tyra's parents. Kurito greets them politely and introduces himself as an adventurer. He hands over the pouch of money he was tasked to deliver. The couple looks at the bag with expressions of surprise. The father asks if there is money inside, which Kurito confirms. The mother notes their children usually only send letters, not money. The father begins to read the letter that accompanied the delivery. Kurito realizes the letter vouches for him as a trustworthy F-rank adventurer. He asks if the letter mentioned him specifically. The father explains the guild said he could be trusted with the money. He adds that the delivery was also a test of Kurito's character. Kurito frantically assures them the full amount is there, which they confirm. He thinks to himself that Kusha can be quite devious for setting this up. The couple asks him to pass on their love to their foolish children. Kurito smiles, touched by their warmth and parental affection. With his mission complete, he happily agrees to their request. Andre confirms that Kurito's quest is now finished. He asks if Kurito is leaving already, and Kurito confirms he must. Andre insists that he say a proper goodbye to Stella and Nina first. Nina is heartbroken to hear that Kurito is already leaving. He apologizes, explaining his finances are still too unstable to stay longer. Nina reaches out her hand, asking if he will come back again. Kurito smiles gently and quietly agrees that he will. He pats her head reassuringly, promising that he will return. Andre suddenly grabs him, warning him not to get any ideas about Nina. The overprotective father assumes Kurito must be around 18 years old. Kurito corrects him, revealing he is actually 27, shocking everyone. Kurito is equally shocked to learn that Andre is only 28. Andre grumbles that Kurito's comment was rather rude. Kurito assures the worried father he has no romantic interest in Nina. Kurito muses that people from his homeland tend to look younger. Stella offers him a packed lunch of leftovers for his journey. Kurito is overjoyed, saying he was hoping to eat her cooking again. He turns to leave, preparing to set off on the road back. He gives the family a final, heartfelt thank you for their hospitality. The entire family waves goodbye, shouting for him to come again soon. Kurito walks away, leaving the waving family at their cottage gate. He reflects on how kind these complete strangers have been to him. He recalls how spending time with them brought his heart profound peace. For a moment, he felt as though he were part of their family. He looks toward the distant capital and vows that he will absolutely return. On a winding road through a vast, open country, Kurito stretches, ready to return. The next day, after leaving Howren Village, he was successfully promoted to E rank. His rank up brought more delivery quests, expanding his range of operations. The second, simpler benefit was that the pay for each job had increased. His rapid success, however, soon attracted the resentment of other adventurers. A trio of brutish veterans corners him, demanding to know what tricks he's using. Kurito sweats, realizing he has unfortunately become the target of their jealousy. Another adventurer tries to intervene, saying there are no rules about which jobs to take. One of the bullies calls him an annoying hyena. Kurito knows they won't be reasoned with. A chibi Kusha remembers the guild's strict rule against brawling and excessive violence. But a bully simply shoves the receptionist aside, telling her to stay out of it. The hulking horn man grabs Kurito's arm, insisting their conversation isn't over. A crowd begins to form, excited by the prospect of a fight breaking out. The onlookers shout encouragement, eagerly placing bets on who will win the brawl. Kurito feels a wave of pure exasperation at the unfolding scene. He desperately wishes someone would stop them, lamenting this classic, troublesome situation. He reflects that even when he's just trying to work, hot-headed people cause trouble. He considers his options. Teleporting away would only lead to more harassment later. Just then, a new, audacious idea begins to form in his mind. He realizes this is the perfect opportunity to demonstrate his power to a large audience. He sees this confrontation as a business chance, a demonstration for a new venture. He calmly tells the bullies that it's nothing to worry about. His demeanor shifts as he states he won't change his methods or pay them off. The scarred bully sneers, challenging him to back up his defiant words with force. The three enraged men lunge at Kurito, ready to beat him into submission. Kurito smiles serenely, inviting them to have a little chat with him in the sky. The three bullies stop in their tracks, utterly baffled by his bizarre proposal. In an instant, they are all teleported high above the city, with Kurito floating calmly. The bullies look down, their faces frozen in a state of pure, uncomprehending shock. They scream in absolute terror as they plummet towards the distant city square below. Kurito cheerfully points out that they are falling and should try to enjoy the view. The leader stammers, asking if Kurito did this, and he calmly confirms it. The man realizes with dawning horror that a fall from this height will be fatal. They scream in panic, terrified at the prospect of dying, crying that they don't want to. They desperately beg for their lives, promising they were wrong and will never bother him again. Kurito sighs, admitting he may have overdone it, and decides to relent. He teleports them back to the ground, where they collapse in a traumatized heap. In a nearby alley, a blond man watches, intrigued by this magic he has never seen before. Kurito addresses the stunned crowd, announcing his magic allows for instant long-distance travel. The crowd murmurs in disbelief, but the impossible display seems to confirm his words. He makes his proposal. He will offer his transport services to other adventurers. He explains he can instantly take them to their destinations within a certain range. A diagram illustrates his new business model, which will earn him far more money. He is confident this will be a huge benefit for everyone involved, but he waits. The crowd of adventurers just stares back, their faces a mask of shock and skepticism. Kurito begins to worry that he has failed, that they are too confused to accept. He starts to think of a hypothetical scenario to better explain his offer. Just then, a fiery-haired woman named Helena steps forward, demanding to know the price. Relieved, Kurito explains how they can save time and money, allowing them to earn more. When she asks how much, he replies that the price will vary depending on the distance. He announces an introductory offer, 2 silver coins for a one-way trip for a party. The blond man in the alley remarks to himself that the price is quite high. Kurito knows the price is comparable to a carriage, so it shouldn't seem unreasonable. A bespectacled young man's eyes glint with understanding. He has made his decision. He steps forward, declaring that his party, Thunderclap Blade, will hire Kurito. Pushing up his glasses, the man, Reed, asks Kurito if that is acceptable. Kurito is overjoyed, while Helena protests that Reed decided without consulting her. Reed explains to his party that this is a huge opportunity for them to advance. Helena is still skeptical, questioning if he is serious about this incredible claim. She asks for his reasoning, and Reed suggests they move to a more private place. He wants to discuss the details where they won't be overheard by the crowd. In a quiet alley, Kurito formally reintroduces himself with a friendly smile. A tall, scarred warrior introduces himself as Rox, the leader of Thunderclap Blade. The fiery-haired woman, Helena, warns that she'll beat him up if he tries to trick them. A quiet, pale-haired girl holding a staff is introduced simply as Aruna. Reed introduces himself and, with a smile, suggests they get down to business. Helena immediately asks Reed to explain how this will help them make a leap forward. Reed explains that with Kurito's transport, they can complete more quests for less money. Rox and Helena are shocked, exclaiming that 2 silver coins is not cheap at all. Reed sighs, pushing up his glasses, preparing to explain the simple economics to them. He details how the cost of a carriage ride doesn't include food and supplies. He chides them to be more mindful of their spending, much to Kurito's amusement. Reed illustrates how they'll save money, time, and energy, reducing their overall burden. Helena grabs Kurito, her mind completely changed by the incredible possibilities. She laughs, apologizing for her earlier rudeness and declaring him an absolute genius. Reed agrees, saying they must act before other adventurers realize the potential. The entire party, Kurito included, cheers enthusiastically, aiming for A rank. The blonde man in the alley decides it's time for him to accept a request. He smiles, finding this new development to be very interesting indeed. He muses aloud that this teleportation magic is a fascinating turn of events. The scene shifts to show Thunderclap Blade in a fierce battle against a monstrous beast. A caption takes us back several hours to a vast and barren plain. Rox is amazed they arrived instantly. A journey Kurito says takes 3 days by carriage. Reed confirms Kurito can only go to places he's seen, but it's still much faster. Reed pays Kurito, saying this proves he is trustworthy, and Kurito accepts the fee. Reed explains their quest will take 2 hours and asks what Kurito will do. Kurito suggests he'll return to the capital for a bit, much to the party's shock. Helena complains that it's cheating for him to relax while they're fighting so hard. Kurito points out he would be useless in a fight, and Rox begrudgingly agrees. Aruna quietly tells him to do his best and not get lost on his way back. Reed asks him to return in 2 hours, while the others grumble about his tea break. Kurito waves goodbye with a smile, telling them all to take care. 2 hours pass in the desolate, rocky landscape of the cult's plains. Kurito teleports back, announcing that he has come to pick them all up. He materializes just in time to be hit by Helena, who is sent flying by a monster. He comically raises his hands in surrender as Helena realizes it's just him. He begs her to be careful, saying she scared him, and she agrees to be more mindful. He asks if they were able to finish their subjugation quest successfully. Helena gives a confident thumbs up, confirming they finished with no problems. Reed smiles, looking over a new B-rank quest, ready for their next destination. With the monster subjugation complete, Reed approaches Kurito with a new proposal. He asks if Kurito would be willing to store their luggage for a fee. Reed explains that this would allow them to carry back far more materials. Kurito sees the potential for a new business, like a magical coin locker. He agrees to the job for 3 copper coins, much to Aruna's delight. Reed asks if Kurito has a spare bag to carry their things in. With a smile, Kurito magically materializes a large, empty backpack from thin air. He then takes their full packs and makes them vanish into his spatial storage. The rest of the party is stunned, declaring his magic to be a form of cheating. Reed reassures a slightly embarrassed Kurito that they all recognize his great ability. Kurito then prepares to teleport the entire party to their next destination, Girl Forest. They complete 2 high-paying quests in a single day, an unprecedented achievement. Back in a tavern, they celebrate their success over a huge pile of coins. Reed and Helena marvel at the massive profit, far exceeding their expectations. Kurito smiles, simply happy that he was able to be of service to them. Helena sincerely apologizes for her initial distrust, admitting his power is the real deal. She adds that he's a good guy, and Rox tearfully wishes he was in their party. Helena then formally invites Kurito to join Thunderclap Blade. She says that with his skills, he would be more than welcome. Kurito politely declines, explaining he doesn't plan to be an adventurer long-term. Instead, he offers them a special discount as his very first customers. Rox and Helena accept his decision with understanding and respectful smiles. Soon, other adventurers in the guild are buzzing about his incredible speed. The tavern fills with adventurers, all clamoring to hire the teleportation guy. Over the next few weeks, his reputation spreads throughout the city of Zephril. His transport service becomes a stable business, and his new nickname sticks. His success, however, leads to an unforeseen problem at the Adventurers Guild. A furious Kusha declares that his business is causing her a huge headache. Kurito stands before her desk, looking on with a slightly nervous expression. He asks her to stop being so formal, but she's too flustered to listen. She grabs him by the collar, begging him to slow down his business. Kurito explains that the guildmaster was pleased and even came to thank him. Enraged, Kusha slams her fist down on a mountain of paperwork. She complains that the guildmaster has no idea what their workload is like. She declares that if this continues, the entire staff will die from overwork. Kurito leaves the guild, surprised his success has created such a problem. He feels guilty and decides he can't let Kusha work herself to death. He also realizes he's noticed something else over the past few days. His magic isn't infinite. Repeated teleports are starting to drain his energy. He decides to take a break and think about his next business move. Suddenly, a smooth voice from behind asks if he is Kurito, the teleportation guy. Kurito turns to see two figures approaching him in a quiet back alley. A handsome, blonde-haired young man greets him with a disarming, charismatic smile. Kurito is taken aback, thinking the man has the striking good looks of an actor. The man introduces himself as Emilio, a merchant who works in the capital. He then gestures to his quiet companion, introducing him as his employee, Rodney. Kurito, still a bit confused, asks what business Emilio has with him. With a confident grin, Emilio asks Kurito to become his partner. Kurito is completely flustered, misinterpreting the offer as a romantic proposition. He awkwardly tries to turn Emilio down, citing the current social climate. Annoyed by the misunderstanding, Emilio tells him to rephrase his question. He clarifies his offer, asking Kurito to come and work for his company. Kurito confirms if this means joining a guild to do his teleportation work. Emilio explains he's been watching Kurito, impressed by his astonishing power. He states that with such an ability, generating a massive profit would be simple. Kurito is impressed, realizing this man has done a lot of research on him. Emilio eagerly asks if Kurito will accept his invitation to join him. Kurito, now intrigued, cautiously asks which merchant guild Emilio belongs to. Emilio strikes a proud pose, announcing it's the Emilio Company, and he's the president. Kurito is unimpressed, bluntly stating that it doesn't sound very well known. Emilio is surprised that Kurito has been researching the capital's merchant guilds. Kurito admits he had been considering different ways to market his services. Emilio teases him, saying he doesn't look like a shrewd businessman. He explains that it's no surprise Kurito hasn't heard of his company. It's brand new. He asks if Kurito is disappointed that it's not an established guild. Kurito admits he was thinking of selling his services to a larger company. Emilio advises against it, saying that while it's a decent idea, it's not the best one. When Kurito asks why, Emilio replies that the reason is quite simple. His eyes narrow as he prepares to explain the harsh realities of big business. He says a large company would bind Kurito and exploit his profits for themselves. This loss of freedom, he deduces, is why Kurito never joined an adventurer party. Kurito is stunned, realizing Emilio sees him as just a cog in a machine. Emilio smiles, confident that his analysis of the situation is completely correct. He assures Kurito that his small, two-person company won't tie him down. Kurito remains skeptical, asking about sales channels and business connections. Emilio counters, asking Kurito about the funds needed to purchase goods for trade. Rodney presents a heavy pouch containing 50 gold coins, a massive sum. Kurito assumes this is their initial capital, an impressive amount for a new merchant. Emilio corrects him, saying it's Kurito's reward, a salary of 50 gold coins a month. He then corrects himself again, clarifying it's for a single day of business. Kurito is shocked, but Emilio assures him it's no problem at all. He says that with Kurito's power, anything is possible. With a confident, almost divine pose, he promises to generate even greater profits. Kurito is speechless at his incredible confidence, as Rodney claps quietly. Emilio asks one more time, "So how about it? Will you team up with me?" Kurito pauses for a long moment, carefully considering the incredible offer. He realizes there is no risk for him, only the potential for immense profit. He finds the idea of growing a company from scratch to be quite appealing. With his mind made up, He looks at the young merchant before him. He admits to himself that he has become genuinely interested in this man, Emilio. "All right," Corrido says with a smile, extending his gloved hand. "Let's do this." Emilio tells him to drop the formalities and just call him by his first name. They shake hands, a new and powerful partnership officially sealed. Standing in the alley, with the castle in the background, the Emilio Company is born. The next morning, Emilio and Rodney are waiting for Corrido at their new headquarters. Corrido greets the quiet Rodney with a cheerful, "Good morning." Rodney, as shy as ever, simply gives a small, silent nod in reply. Emilio tells Corrido not to mind his employee's shyness. He then asks if Corrido slept well, and Corrido admits he's a bit tired. Corrido looks at the empty storefront and jokes that it's new because it has nothing. Emilio confidently states their partnership will quickly outclass all other merchants. Corrido chuckles at Emilio's unwavering confidence, but has a question. Corrido asks what's on his mind, and Emilio reveals it's about his magic. Emilio grills Corrido on the exact limits of his teleportation and storage magic. Corrido confirms Emilio's research. He can teleport anywhere in the country instantly. Emilio processes this incredible information with a thoughtful, calculating expression. Emilio asks to see the storage magic, and Corrido readily agrees. Corrido gestures, and a huge pile of goods materializes in the alleyway. Emilio questions if this is safe, admitting it looks suspicious out in the open. Corrido explains that items in his storage never spoil, a fact that stuns Emilio. Corrido realizes they can sell perfectly fresh fish in the landlocked capital. Emilio counters that they should target the upper class, not common markets. Corrido is impressed by Emilio's quick thinking as they prepare to store the goods. They look at the jumbled mess of crates and sacks they have to move. Corrido stares blankly at the pile, feeling a sense of impending drudgery. Corrido wonders aloud if he can just store the entire carriage to save time. Emilio laughs, dismissing the idea of storing something so large as impossible. Corrido raises his hand, and the entire carriage vanishes into a spatial portal. "It worked," Corrido says with a grin, making a new discovery about his power. Emilio realizes this means he can likely teleport large objects too. The revelation sends Emilio into a fit of delighted, uproarious laughter. Corrido tells him he was startled, but Emilio apologizes, still chuckling. He admits Corrido's power is far beyond his expectations, a happy miscalculation. Corrido remarks on how boisterously Emilio can laugh. Emilio cheerfully suggests they could smuggle anything, much to Corrido's alarm. Emilio clarifies it was a joke, as Corrido begs him to stop scaring him. Now that he understands Corrido's magic, Emilio decides they should act immediately. They arrive in an instant at the scenic and quiet Dunkel village. Emilio laughs, thrilled they arrived in an instant, his energy high. Corrido asks why they've come to such a remote border town. Emilio asks if Corrido noticed the village's significance on his last visit. He explains Dunkel is a trading hub for goods from the neighboring nation, Mad Hat. Emilio asks if Corrido recognizes the specialty goods from Mad Hat. Corrido correctly identifies the spices, dried goods, and fine textiles. Emilio reveals that here, they can buy these goods at their low local prices. Emilio explains that dangerous roads and monsters keep most merchants away. Few people know of this place, as it's easier to trade directly with Mad Hat. Corrido realizes Emilio possesses an extraordinary amount of insider knowledge. Corrido states the simple plan: buy low here and sell high in the capital. Emilio agrees, adding that executing that simple principle is the hard part. He leans in close, a glint in his eye, making Corrido flinch slightly. "But with your magic," he declares with a sparkling grin, "it's a piece of cake." With that, Emilio excitedly declares it's time to start their shopping spree. Corrido has a bad feeling he's about to be worked to the bone. And so the company began, using teleportation to dominate the trade of rare goods. 3 months later, Their success is evident in their grand new headquarters. The interior is opulent, with gleaming floors and high, arched windows. A magnificent crystal chandelier hangs from the soaring ceiling. Everything sparkles, from the polished floors to the ornate staircase. Kurito marvels at how magnificent their company has become in just 3 months. He also notes the ever-increasing number of employees bustling about. He reflects on their new, almost mythical reputation, feeling proud to be part of it. Still, he thinks Emilio is a formidable man. He's partnered with someone truly amazing. Kurito announces his arrival as he enters Emilio's office. The office is lavish, lined with books and furnished with exquisite taste. Emilio looks up from his book and casually welcomes Kurito back. Kurito reports a delivery, and Emilio asks him to place it in storage. He delivers a rare, or that only his magic can safely procure. Kurito notes that his power is now only needed for the most difficult jobs. He recalls his chaotic freelance days and decides he definitely doesn't want to go back. Kurito admits the pay is great, and Emilio says he deserves it. Emilio tells him he's done for the day and his payment is on the table. The words hang in the air under the opulent chandelier. Kurito is taken aback by Emilio's sudden generosity, feeling a bit suspicious. Kurito expresses concern that Emilio might be working himself too hard. Emilio notes that Kurito seems ready to quit, which violates their agreement. Emilio asks him to work here for life, and Kurito shouts that's another matter entirely. Kurito calls his partner's offer scary, though Emilio seems disappointed. Emilio pauses thoughtfully before changing the subject with a serious look. He asks Kurito what his goal is now that he has enough money to live. Kurito is struck silent, unable to answer the profound question. The question hangs in the air, creating a palpable distance between them. Emilio closes his eyes, letting his words sink in. Emilio states that ultimately, Kurito himself must decide how to live. He shares his own ambition and says he'd be happy if Kurito joined him. Kurito leaves the office and wanders the city, lost in thought. He moves through the lively, crowded streets, feeling detached. He walks aimlessly, a solitary figure in the bustling capital. Emilio's question echoes in his mind, how to enjoy his life. He realizes he's just been going with the flow, never planning for the future. He's been so focused on survival that he never considered his own desires. Lost in thought, he bumps into a passerby, apologizing absently. He decides he needs to find a quiet place to think clearly. His gaze drifts upwards towards a familiar place high above the city. He stands on a high balcony, looking out over the sprawling city of Zephril. A flash of spatial magic signifies his instantaneous arrival. He remarks that it has been a while since he last visited this spot. He recalls teleporting here on his very first day in this new world. He remembers his vow to use his magic to live as he pleased. A small, thoughtful smile plays on his lips as he reflects. He thinks about his time at the guild, surrounded by good, kind people. He considers Emilio a capable boss, despite his strange personality. He feels his work has purpose, but he lacks any deep personal connections. His relationship with Emilio is professional, and he longs for true friendship. He yearns for a place that feels like home, where his heart can find peace. He remembers Nina's bright, smiling face asking if he would visit again. A sudden, powerful realization dawns on him. He remembers Andre's family, their warm smiles and heartfelt goodbyes. Of course, he thinks, his mind now clear. That village. He realizes what he truly wants is to see that family again. With a thoughtful expression, Kurito decides he wants to live a peaceful life in Howren Village. He considers his work in the capital, realizing he can't simply abandon his partner, Emilio. A sudden, brilliant idea strikes him, his eyes widening in realization. He jumps up, exclaiming that his magic makes it possible to live in both places at once. A radiant smile lights up his face as he declares his new plan, a two-base life. Overlooking the city, he vows to live a fun life, cherishing his new connections. He knows he possesses the unique power to make this dream a reality. He resolves to try living in both Zephril and Hauran, finally finding the life he wants. Kurito teleports to the village, greeting a familiar face with a cheerful, "It's been a while." He spots Nina and asks if she remembers him from his previous visit to her village. He recalls the time they spent together, telling her stories about the capital at night. Nina stares back, her expression unreadable as she tries to place him. Kurito grows nervous, a bead of sweat on his brow as he fears she has forgotten him. Suddenly, her face erupts in a smile of pure joy as she shouts his name in recognition. She and her sibling tackle him, asking if he's on a job and if he'll be staying over. Overwhelmed with relief and happiness, Kurito can only manage a weak yo. He kneels down, emotional, telling a confused Nina how glad he is that she remembers. He admits he was worried she'd forgotten him, as he'd only visited that one time. Nina looks shocked that he would even think she could have forgotten him. She insists she remembers, as her father, Andre, watches them from a distance. Kurito is moved by her words, telling her he won't forget her either. Nina beams, exclaiming that the day he visited was incredibly fun for her. He thanks her for keeping her promise and coming to see him. He blushes, touched by her pure, unadulterated happiness. From a high angle, Kurito returns her thanks, calling her by name. Stella appears in a doorway, her hand to her mouth in surprise, exclaiming that Kurito is really here. Kurito greets Stella warmly, happy to see her again and glad she is well. Andre complains that Stella never believed him when he said Kurito would return. Stella immediately asks if Kurito will be staying, already planning to prepare a bed for him. Nina suggests Kurito can stay in her room again, but Andre furiously objects. Kurito muses with a smile that his fatherly concern is as unchanging as ever. He watches the loving family interact, thinking how warm and kind they are. Over dinner, Andre asks if he has any news about the others Kurito met. He remarks on what a nice village it is, and asks Kurito why he has come this time. Kurito hesitates for a moment before making his grand announcement. He declares he wants to live in the village, leaving the entire family speechless with shock. Nina and Andre erupt with joy, immediately planning fishing trips and other fun activities. Kurito, surprised by their overwhelmingly positive reaction, asks them to calm down a bit. Stella, ever practical, asks him if his work in the capital will be all right. Kurito looks down at his glass, acknowledging that her concern is valid. He agrees with her, sweating slightly under the weight of her question. Andre asks if he's quitting, but Kurito clarifies he'll continue earning money as a merchant. He confirms that he will definitely continue his work in the capital city. Andre and Stella are completely baffled by his seemingly contradictory statements. Kurito admits that what he is about to say will be very hard to believe. He explains his magic will let him work in Zephril while having a home here. Andre scoffs at the idea of instant travel, but Kurito insists it's possible. As Andre tells him to calm down, Kurito declares his magic can do it. Andre says he's never heard of such a spell, but Kurito just smiles knowingly. Kurito decides that in this case, a demonstration would be the quickest explanation. He announces he will take all three of them to the capital, much to Nina's delight. Andre dismisses the idea, telling Kurito it's too early in the day to be drunk. In a flash, the three villagers find themselves standing on a busy street in Zephril. Andre lets out a cry of pure, unadulterated shock. He stares up at the tall, timber-framed buildings, wondering what this place is. Stella is equally stunned, trying to comprehend the impossible scene before her. She wonders aloud if this incredible cityscape can possibly be real. In the distance, the magnificent spires of Zephril Castle pierce the sky. Stella breathes that this is, without a doubt, the genuine capital city. Nina, her eyes sparkling with excitement, shouts that it's the real capital. She marvels at the huge buildings as Kurito notes a child's fearless adaptability. Andre tells his daughter it's not a dream, so Stella offers to pinch him. Corito yelps in pain as Stella pinches his hand instead of Andre's. Overwhelmed and looking pale, Andre weakly asks if they can please go home now. They reappear back in the cottage, the family still reeling from the experience. Andre and Stella are bewildered, realizing they are already back in their own home. Corito apologizes, promising to take Nina again, a promise she happily accepts. He wonders if he should have agreed so easily, as Nina says she now understands his magic. Andre, wiping sweat from his brow, admits the two-base life is an interesting idea. He asks about the cost, but Corito assures him he is earning more than enough. Andre accepts his explanation with a simple, thoughtful well. He turns to Corito, his expression serious, and declares that he is more than welcome. With a broad, happy smile, he officially welcomes Corito to Howren Village. He offers to help with any problems and suggests a celebratory party. Stella agrees, saying they should have a feast to celebrate tonight. Andre is already excited to drink with Corito, earning a gentle scolding from his wife. Corito, basking in their warmth, happily agrees to the celebration. He looks out over the peaceful village landscape, promising to do his best. The next morning, birds chirp peacefully outside the quaint village cottage. Corito stretches with a wide yawn, feeling the effects of the previous night's party. He steps outside, admitting to himself that he probably drank a bit too much. He takes a deep breath of the crisp morning air, his mind clearing. A smile graces his lips as he appreciates the beautiful scenery and clean air. He reflects on the fact that he can now build a life for himself in this village. He knows that coming here was the first true choice he made, and it was a good one. With renewed purpose, he decides his first step is to find a place to live. Suddenly, Nina barrels into his back with a joyful shout of his name. He catches her as she wishes him a cheerful good morning, and he returns the greeting. She immediately asks him what they're going to do today. She suggests various activities, but Corito has a more practical task in mind. Andre appears, explaining to his daughter that Corito is going house hunting. He then sternly warns Corito to keep his distance from his daughter. Andre asks Corito how one even goes about getting a house in the village. Corito explains the complex process of the capital, involving agents and government offices. He then asks if the procedure is the same here in the village. Andre explains that since it's the countryside, the rules aren't nearly so complicated. With a confident grin, he declares that all Corito needs is the village chief's permission. He continues, saying that once permission is granted, he can choose any empty house or land. Corito is surprised by how refreshingly simple and straightforward the process is. With Andre and Nina looking on, he asks if it's truly possible for him to get that permission. Andre astutely observes his friend's expression, a thoughtful look on his face. Corito admits that while he wants a two-base life, he lacks confidence. Suddenly, Andre pulls him into a tight hug, demanding his full attention. He fiercely declares that he will personally vouch for Corito's good character. He reminds Corito that delivering the letter earned him the chief's goodwill. Nina brightly chimes in, promising to ask the chief on Corito's behalf. Overcome with gratitude, Corito thanks Nina for her unwavering support. A determined glint appears in Andre's eye as he forms a plan. He decides they will first go have the delicious breakfast Stella has prepared. The scene shifts to a panoramic view of the idyllic Howren village. They soon arrive at the charming, rustic home of the village chief. Inside his study, Chief Ryloi confirms he understands the general situation. He acknowledges Corito's strange circumstances and his incredible teleportation magic. Nina eagerly begs her father for another chance to experience the magic. Ryloi calmly regards the scene before him, a wise look in his eyes. He tells Corito that with Andre's guarantee, he has no objections. Corito begins to offer his thanks, but pauses as the chief speaks. Ryloi states that there is just one thing that he is curious about. He asks why Corito chose their humble village over more prosperous ones. Corito is taken aback, searching for the right words to explain his choice. Andre and Nina watch on, confused by the chief's unexpected question. Kurito's expression turns serious as he prepares to answer from the heart. He explains that he has no family and no place to call home. He thinks back on the lonely, hollow life he led before this world. A memory surfaces of him walking alone through a bleak, modern city. He recalls his late father's final words, urging him to live his own life. He remembers the pure, unconditional welcome he received from Andre's family. It was their warmth, he explains, that made him want to live here. He declares that putting down roots in this village is his own life's desire. Ryloi listens intently, his expression softening with understanding and empathy. He is touched, and with a warm smile, welcomes Kurito to the village. Leaving the chief's house, Kurito lets out a huge sigh of relief. Nina cheers that the chief approved, and Kurito agrees he's a kind man. He glances back, noticing that Andre is not with them. He asks why Andre is lagging behind, looking so flustered. Nina leans in and whispers that her father is just shy and embarrassed. Andre looks over his shoulder, a pleased, bashful smile on his face. Kurito smirks, thinking anyone would be flustered by such heartfelt praise. He muses to himself that it's certainly not a line you hear often. Andre shakes off his shyness and announces it's time to go house hunting. He suggests they could build a new house or simply renovate an old one. Kurito thoughtfully considers his options, not wanting to make a rash decision. Andre decides that renovating an existing house is the most practical choice. Their first stop is a modest cottage near the edge of the woods. Inside, Andre points out that it's well-maintained and ready for move-in. Kurito agrees, but politely states he would prefer something a bit larger. Andre explains this was the baseline, noting its good access to the village. He then realizes that access isn't a problem for someone who can teleport. Kurito suggests they look at a more secluded house deeper in mountains. They arrive at another vacant home, this one nestled among the trees. As they explore, Kurito decides this location feels a bit too isolated. He and Andre stand outside, still searching for the perfect spot. They continue their tour, walking through the beautiful village landscape. Andre asks Kurito if any of the houses have appealed to him so far. Kurito sighs, admitting that his own indecisiveness is becoming a problem. He feels he can't rush the decision of choosing his future home. He asks if the next house they visit will be the last for today. He apologizes for being so picky, but Andre tells him not to worry. Finally, they arrive at a magnificent two-story house that stops Kurito in his tracks. He stares at the charming stone and timber home, immediately intrigued. Nina excitedly points out that the house is very close to their own. Kurito asks if such a wonderful-looking house is really vacant. Andre explains that the family who lived there moved away 3 months ago. Andre asks if being so close is a problem, but Kurito is delighted. He smiles warmly, stating that being near Andre's family is a huge bonus. Andre and Nina are momentarily stunned by his sincere declaration. As Andre gets flustered, Kurito eagerly asks if he can look inside. He unlocks the front door and pushes it open with a soft click. Kurito's eyes widen in surprise as he steps across the threshold. He finds himself in a spacious and welcoming entryway with a tiled floor. A grand, sturdy-looking wooden staircase leads to the second floor. Looking up, he admires the high ceilings and large, bright windows. He lets out a soft, "ooh," completely impressed by the interior. Andre explains the living room is large as a big family lived here before. He asks if it's too big, but Kurito says cleaning is no issue. Kurito thinks to himself that more space just means more storage. From the top of the stairs, Nina calls for him to come see the second floor. She runs excitedly down the wooden hallway, exploring the empty rooms. Kurito sees that the second floor has plenty of rooms to choose from. One room features a beautiful built-in desk, perfect for study. The craftsmanship of the house is excellent and has been well preserved. Kurito muses that the extra rooms would be great for guests or storage. Suddenly, Nina calls out to him, urging him to follow her. She excitedly leads him towards the back of the house, pointing the way. Kurito follows, curious about what has captured her attention. She leads him out the back door to a stunning, panoramic view of nature. She tells him that from here, you can hear the nearby stream. Nina fondly recalls playing here with the children who used to live here. Kurito imagines himself relaxing on the patio with a chair on a sunny day. Andre jokes about grilling cheese and sausages in the beautiful backyard. In that instant, Kurito's mind is made up. He will live in this house. Andre is surprised by a sudden decision, but Kurito is absolutely certain. Andre and Nina look on, happy that he has finally found his home. Andre declares they must report the wonderful news to the chief immediately. Kurito feels a wave of relief, his dream of a home finally settling in. With the decision made, Andre suggests they finally go on their fishing trip. Kurito enthusiastically agrees, excited to relax and enjoy the day. Andre smiles, remarking that the fish in the mountain streams are delicious. A sudden realization dawns on Kurito, stopping him in his tracks. He apologizes, remembering he must first report back to the capital. Andre expresses his concern that Kurito has been in the village for a week. Kurito decides he should look for some stylish furniture while he's in the capital. He tells Andre he's leaving, but promises to go fishing again when he returns. Andre marvels at Kurito's incredible magic as Nina runs up, looking for him. Nina pouts that it's no fun with Kurito gone, but her father tells her to wait. Kurito materializes in Zephril, the magnificent capital city spread out before him. His boots touch down firmly on the cobblestone street, marking his return. With a happy stretch, he exclaims how good it is to be back in the capital. He takes in the familiar sights of the timber-framed buildings. He thinks to himself that the city's vibrant energy is a nice change of pace. Kurito decides his plan, check in with Emilio, then go furniture shopping. He walks down a side street, happily thinking about finding a delicious lunch. Suddenly, he is startled by Rodney, who appears from nowhere to greet him. Kurito asks what he's doing here, and Rodney explains that Emilio sent him. A chill runs down Kurito's spine as he wonders about Emilio's terrifying foresight. Rodney admits he doesn't know the details and suggests they ask Emilio together. They arrive at the grand, imposing headquarters of the Emilio Company. Kurito bursts into the office, announcing his energetic return to his partners. Emilio greets him with a wry smile, commenting that he has finally returned. He gently chides Kurito for not letting him know he would be gone so long. Emilio muses that he wondered if Kurito had run away from his responsibilities. Kurito looks relieved that there wasn't an urgent matter waiting for him. Emilio then asks if Kurito has found his way to enjoy life in the village. After a moment, Kurito begins to explain his new plan. Emilio listens, intrigued by the idea of living in both the village and the capital. Kurito happily explains that having a spacious country home has always been a dream. He adds that there's another important reason for his decision. He tells Emilio that Howren Village is a wonderful place filled with good people. With a contented smile, Kurito concludes that he made a very good decision. Emilio watches his partner, a soft, understanding smile on his face. He agrees that Kurito looks happy and that he respects his decision completely. Emilio is relieved, as long as Kurito still plans to continue working with him. He sighs that their company is still new and needs Kurito for certain deals. His expression shifts, becoming more serious and calculating. Suddenly, a brilliant idea seems to strike Emilio. He asks if a two-base life means Kurito will also get a house in the capital. Kurito looks confused, stating that a simple inn is good enough for him. Emilio leaps up, shouting that an inn is absolutely not acceptable. He passionately argues that an inn is unreliable, unprofessional, and inconvenient. Kurito has to admit to himself that his partner has a very good point. Emilio insists that if he's serious about this lifestyle, a house is a must. Defeated by logic, Kurito concedes. Emilio beams, happy with his persuasive argument. With a sly grin, Emilio then suggests he could even hire servants for Kurito. Kurito immediately rejects the idea, insisting that servants are going too far. He argues that despite his earnings, he is a commoner through and through. He could never relax, he thinks, living like some kind of wealthy bourgeois. Emilio pauses thoughtfully, preparing his next line of attack. He asks if Kurito can really maintain two separate houses all by himself. Maintaining even one large house is hard work, he argues, let alone two. With a sharp smile, he concludes that doing it alone would be a huge pain. Kurito is once again forced to admit that Emilio's logic is sound. He agrees with the point, much to Emilio's sweet, smiling satisfaction. Emilio triumphantly declares that Kurito needs a city house and servants. Kurito stares back with a deadpan expression as his partner sparkles with glee. With a look of utter resignation, Kurito thinks, He correctly guesses Emilio also wants to use the house for company storage. Emilio offers to use his connections to find a great house at a low price. Kurito is impressed by how thoroughly his partner has planned everything out. And so, Kurito finds himself on a house viewing tour, feeling a bit uneasy. He stands on a street corner, contemplating the unexpected turn of events. He can't shake the feeling that Emilio is being suspiciously enthusiastic about this. He thinks of Nina and the others, and the furniture he still needs for his village home. But he decides Emilio is right, and having a powerful acquaintance is reassuring. He resolves to properly look at houses now that he has the chance. As he turns a corner, he accidentally bumps into a young woman. The two of them are momentarily frozen in the narrow alleyway. He quickly apologizes, and she politely says it was also her fault. As she walks away, he notes how beautiful and well-dressed she was. He watches her long, pale hair sway as she departs down the street. The mysterious woman continues on her way, a prelude to Kurito's new life. Kurito glares ahead, thinking his partner's name with exasperation. Emilio? He stands before a massive mansion, complaining about the sheer extravagance. Emilio asks if bigger isn't better, but Kurito feels this is too extreme. The agent assures him hiring servants for such a large house is quite normal. Emilio argues that since he's getting a deal, he should live in a nice home. The agent promises to show him only the best properties, as he is Emilio's friend. Her glasses glint as she asks him to state any conditions he might have. Kurito can only manage a meek yes. Under the pressure, Emilio claps, declaring that since time is money, they should begin immediately. Kurito asks why Emilio seems to be having more fun than he is. Emilio replies that helping a friend find a house is an enjoyable activity. Kurito simply stares at his partner, completely unconvinced. He feels a bit embarrassed, but notes the first property has a good view. When Emilio suggests they take it, Kurito shouts an immediate, firm rejection. He complains that it's too close to their office and he'd never be able to relax. Emilio considers his point and agrees they shouldn't be hasty. They are then shown another tall, stately, but ultimately unappealing property. Inside, they walk through a grand, echoing, and empty hallway. They even tour the property's manicured but sterile garden path. Finally, they arrive on a quiet, charming cobblestone street lined with beautiful homes. Kurito remarks that this part of the capital is particularly peaceful and lovely. The agent explains the property was owned by a noble and is in a safe area. She gestures with her hand, announcing that they have arrived at their destination. Before them stand a magnificent three-story mansion behind an ornate iron gate. Kurito finds it has a calm feeling, and Emilio notes its classic style. The agent explains the previous owner was a nobleman who preferred a simple life. Kurito smiles, thinking that he and the previous owner share the same tastes. The agent offers to open the gate so they can view the interior. Stepping inside the foyer, Kurito gasps in awe at the grand, sweeping staircase. He remarks that while it's large, it feels much calmer than the other mansions. Kurito listens as the real estate agent lists the mansion's many amenities. The agent prepares to reveal the property's most unique and desirable feature. She announces the mansion has a bath, which leaves Kurito absolutely stunned. Stepping inside, Kurito is immediately overwhelmed by the vastness of the grand foyer. Emilio good-naturedly points out Kurito's almost obsessive love for taking baths. Kurito reflects on this world's culture, where bathing is an infrequent luxury. He stands silently for a moment, his decision now crystal clear. With a sudden burst of energy, Kurito declares he'll take the house. The agent quotes a price of 400 gold coins, a special discount for Emilio. Kurito is ready to agree, but Emilio quietly stops him from speaking. With a cool gaze, Emilio asks if she can't make it any cheaper. The price is lowered to 380 gold, but Kurito looks confused by the haggling. Emilio subtly leverages their business relationship, hinting at future benefits for her. The agent, feeling the pressure, desperately lowers the price to 250 gold. Emilio makes a final offer of 150 gold, making Kurito sweat with terror. With a brilliant smile, Emilio declares the deal profitable and accepts her offer. The agent bows deeply, thanking them, much to Kurito's complete confusion. Kurito pulls his partner aside, needing an explanation for what just happened. He complains that Emilio's aggressive negotiation will just create more work for him. Emilio calls his name, a dangerous glint appearing in his eyes. He explains that Kurito is too valuable to lose over a minor discount. Emilio cheerfully dismisses his concerns, happy they got a house for a bargain. Kurito now understands that merchants like Emilio are a formidable, terrifying breed. 3 days later, Kurito finds himself back on the capital streets. He expresses his shock that the preparations for the house are already complete. Emilio explains it was quick because the house was already in good shape. Emilio assures him he treats his partners well, offering mutually beneficial deals. Kurito then recalls that Emilio also mentioned the servants were ready. As the mansion doors open, Kurito asks why he wasn't told about them. A figure in a maid's uniform steps forward to greet them. Kurito's eye widens in shock at the person standing before him. A beautiful, pale-haired maid announces that she has been waiting for him. 3 other maids stand on the staircase, addressing him respectfully as Kurito-sama. Kurito is completely bewildered by this unexpected welcome party. He thinks to himself that this is not what he imagined servants would be. He asks aloud if these young girls are really the staff he was promised. The lead maid states that she will be managing his estate from now on. With a perfect bow, she introduces herself as the head maid, Elsa Walker. Kurito can only manage a stunned, hesitant "oh." In response, he snaps out of it, realizing the situation is not what it seems. He turns on Emilio, demanding to know why all the servants are girls. Kurito insists that the problem is far more complicated than that. Elsa, overhearing her family name, asks if Kurito is also a nobleman. She confirms that she is indeed from the noble house of Walker. She clarifies she is only the 4th daughter, so he shouldn't be concerned. Kurito, sweating, asks if the other servants are also from noble families. A cheerful maid with braids introduces herself as Rasha Elfior. A quiet, younger maid with twin tails introduces herself as Lilua Mistiltine. A bright-eyed maid gives a happy introduction as Arshlandora. Emilio explains they all came to learn under the banner of his company. Kurito angrily accuses Emilio of forcing these girls upon his new household. Emilio feigns ignorance, asking what his partner could possibly be talking about. Kurito thinks that while the practice isn't unheard of, that's not the real issue. He realizes with dawning horror that they are all daughters of his business partners. He notes their incredibly young ages, feeling the situation is bordering on criminal. Kurito clutches his head in despair, while Emilio finds the whole thing amusing. Emilio teases that he'll now enjoy coming home to a house of beauties. Kurito retorts that he seeks simple peace in his village, not this. Emilio's expression turns sly as he begins to understand Kurito's true feelings. He correctly deduces that Kurito has a woman waiting for him in Howren Village. Kurito is shocked by the accusation, while Emilio just smiles knowingly. He thinks that any other man would surely be happy in this situation. His mind flashes to the woman in the village, a complicated thought. He imagines a joyful Nina and a murderous, overprotective Andre. He lets out a soft sigh, clearly uninterested in any romantic drama. He simply wants a quiet life, as romance could easily get him killed. Later, he and Emilio sit uncomfortably in the mansion's lavish drawing room. Elsa approaches with a tea card, asking if they would like refreshments. Emilio requests his tea with a little sugar, which Elsa acknowledges. Kurito watches her pour the tea with silent, impeccable grace. He feels an intense, almost suffocating pressure from her professional demeanor. Emilio notes how uncomfortable Kurito seems having a maid in his own home. Kurito admits he's used to being a subordinate, not giving orders. Elsa offers him his cup of tea, her movements precise. He thanks her politely, still struggling to act like the master. Elsa gently informs him that such formal language is unnecessary with servants. Emilio chides him for being so deferential that the hierarchy is unclear. Elsa suggests he take his time and gradually ease into his new role. Kurito smiles, agreeing to her kind and understanding suggestion. He is still, however, completely intimidated by her intense presence. Elsa gives a small, almost imperceptible nod in response. Kurito concludes that this beautiful maid is also somewhat terrifying. After the stressful meeting, Kurito escapes to the city streets for air. He stretches, feeling suffocated now that Emilio has finally left. He wonders if Emilio left immediately after finalizing the maid's contracts. He reflects on how amazing Elsa is for accepting his secrets so calmly. She is, he thinks, the very image of a formidable ice maid. As he walks, he spots a familiar figure in a nearby alley. The young man turns and asks if he is Kurito. Kurito smiles, recognizing Reed from the adventurer party Thunderclap Blade. At a tavern, Reed asks how Kurito has been doing lately. Reed jokes that his own bad habits are returning now that Kurito is gone. Kurito asks where the other members of his party are. Reed explains the girls are at the bathhouse while Rox is drinking elsewhere. Kurito thinks about how he can now bathe at home whenever he wants. Reed asks Kurito how his new job with the merchant company is going. Kurito hesitates for a moment, then decides to tell him the truth. Reed is shocked to hear Kurito bought a mansion that comes with maids. Reed asks if the company is that profitable, but Kurito says it's a secret. Kurito admits that despite the complications, having his own home is nice. Reed listens intently as Kurito details his strange predicament with the new maids. Kurito insists he is truly worried, not bragging, but Reed finds it an enviable tale. Reed pauses thoughtfully, acknowledging that he understands Kurito's concern. He reassures the downcast Kurito that it's natural to feel anxious about new responsibilities. Reed recalls his own early days, admitting he faced constant failure as a new adventurer. He continues, explaining that a reliable leader can help even a rookie succeed. He tells Kurito that being a new employer will be tough. Reed's advice is simple. For the maid's sake, be a steady and reliable master. Walking home that evening, Kurito reflects on his friend's wise words. He looks up at his grand mansion, resolving to follow Reed's advice. He thinks of the young maids, realizing this is their first real job. Remembering his old corporate life, he knows the pain of an unreliable boss. A determined smile forms as he firms his resolve. Before the imposing mansion, he vows to himself that he will be reliable. Inside, Elsa is quietly and diligently polishing a doorknob. Her expression is one of serene focus as she goes about her duties. Kurito bursts in shouting, "I'm home," startling the composed maid into a shriek. They stare at each other, both completely shocked by the sudden encounter. Kurito, flustered, stammers an apology for his abrupt entrance. Elsa, blushing with embarrassment, apologizes for having surprised him. Kurito quickly insists the fault was his for being so sudden. He realizes with a start that she was just as surprised as he was. He thinks that despite her composure, she is still just a young woman. Deciding to act the part of master, he says he wants to take a bath. Elsa, her composure regained, asks if he would like her to prepare it now. She offers a beautiful, serene smile, confirming she will prepare it at once. Kurito, delighted, eagerly asks her to get it ready. Elsa watches her new, sweating master with a perfectly neutral expression. Later, Elsa asks if he ate out, noting he only mentioned drinking at the tavern. Kurito sheepishly admits he hadn't even thought about dinner yet. Elsa thoughtfully suggests they could order from a restaurant for the evening. She then offers, on behalf of herself and the others, to cook for him. A delicious-looking steak dinner is soon presented to him. Kurito is surprised by the hearty, commoner-style meal they prepared. Elsa explains that as nobles from the countryside, their tastes are simple. She explains that as younger daughters, they won't inherit their family's land. Kurito realizes with a start that their service is a form of bridal training. He pauses mid-bite, a new, alarming possibility dawning on him. He wonders if these girls were sent as potential brides for Emilio. Deciding not to dwell on it, he enjoys the meal and sleeps soundly. The next morning, Kurito relaxes in the opulent drawing room of his mansion. He sits up in his luxurious bed, thinking it's quite a lavish morning. He muses to himself that living in the capital isn't so bad. He relaxes in his grand bathtub, overjoyed to have a private bath. He thinks that having a spacious bath to use every day is the best thing. He recalls nervously refusing Elsa's earlier offer to wash his back. He hopes such an awkward situation won't happen again. Elsa greets him and asks what his plans are for the day. He informs her that the renovations in Howren are done, so he'll be gone for 3 days. He asks her to maintain the mansion until he returns in 3 days. Just as he turns to leave, Elsa calls out his name. With her hands clasped, she formally wishes him a safe journey. Kurito smiles warmly and says, "I'm off," as he heads for the door. Elsa watches as the air shimmers and distorts where he just stood. In an instant, Kurito arrives in the beautiful, sun-drenched Howren village. He eagerly runs along the country path toward his newly renovated home. He sees the house from a distance, pleased that the work is finished. He stands before his new home, taking in the completed renovations. He notes that the exterior hasn't changed all that much. He is pleased to see the walls have been beautifully replastered. He also spots a charming little garden that has been added near the entrance. The small upgrades give him a warm, fuzzy feeling of excitement. He eagerly reaches for the door, ready to go inside at once. He stops short, realizing he has completely forgotten about the key. He groans, remembering he never got the new key from the carpenter. Resigned, he decides he'll have to go ask the village chief for it. A cheerful shout rings out, and he sees Nina running toward him. She happily announces that her family is holding onto his key for him. Immensely relieved, he tells her to take her time bringing it over. Nina returns a moment later and presents him with the ornate new key. After he takes it, she stares up at him with wide, expectant eyes. She eagerly asks if she can see his new house as well. Kurito smiles, happily declaring that Nina will be his very first guest. Nina cheers with delight, thrilled to be the first person inside. Kurito thinks to himself how adorable children are when they're so happy. He briefly wonders if he might want a family of his own someday. Nina impatiently tugs on his sleeve, urging him to hurry up. They both peek through the open door into the renovated interior. Nina lets out a small gasp of pure, unadulterated wonder. She steps into the new foyer, which is now spacious and beautifully tiled. She exclaims how pretty it is and how different the atmosphere feels. Just as she starts to walk further, Kurito quickly stops her. He presents her with a pair of slippers, explaining the house rule. Nina is baffled by the concept of shoes being forbidden indoors. She asks if it's a capital custom, but he clarifies it's his own personal rule. She teases him for being a little weird, a comment that stings him. He grimaces, but is determined not to change this one rule. He internally justifies his preference, thinking of the village's muddy roads. He proudly tells her this is his one non-negotiable preference. Nina tries on the slippers and is delighted by how fun and comfortable they are. Kurito beams with pride, happy that she enjoys his little custom. She praises him for his intelligence, calling the slippers a great idea. She decides she wants slippers at her house, too, and Kurito suggests she start a trend. The main living area has been transformed into a bright, open-plan space. Nina marvels at how incredibly spacious the living room has become. Kurito explains he knocked down a wall to create a large kitchen living area. He says he loses the motivation to cook when the kitchen is too small. Nina looks up at him, shocked, and asks if he actually knows how to cook. He smiles, confirming that he's a decent cook after years of living alone. She is completely amazed, exclaiming that it's incredible for a man to be able to cook. Nina cheerfully declares that she's never seen her father cook, only drink. A stark image of Andre appears, looking tough and masculine. She praises Kurito, as village men don't do chores. He reflects on this cultural difference. He humbly offers to cook with her sometime, and she is absolutely ecstatic. He explains the house was designed to be spacious enough for them all to cook together. Kurito warmly invites Nina and Stella to use his home anytime, even when he's away. He yearns to build the family connections he never had in his past life. In this new world, he refuses to let his home be a lonely, empty place. Nina beams, declaring that every day from now on will be even more fun. She excitedly lists all the adventures she wants to have with him. With shining eyes, she tells him how happy she is that he came to their village. She formally extends her small hand, welcoming him as her official new neighbor. Kurito accepts her welcome with a gentle, deeply moved smile. They shake hands, sealing their bond of friendship in the bright sunlight. He watches her go, a warm and contented expression on his face. Suddenly, Nina stops in her tracks with a gasp, as if remembering something. She turns and runs back towards the house, leaving Kurito confused. She presses her face against the glass door, waving a long, playful goodbye. From outside, she asks if he has any errands to run now. She explains she's off to help in her family's leek patch. She realizes that since he lives nearby now, she can visit any time. Waving cheerfully, she promises to bring him leeks from their harvest. Kurito smiles to himself, remarking on the boundless energy of children. He thoughtfully remembers Nina mentioning their vegetable garden on his first visit. He muses that since he has a home, perhaps he should start his own garden. He decides he will ask Stella for some gardening advice later on. His eyes suddenly widen as he takes in the state of his new house. The room is vast, wooden, and completely devoid of any furniture. He chuckles, realizing he must first fix the room's desolate appearance. His first act is to walk over and open a large window. He pauses for a moment, looking out at the tranquil village scenery. A gentle breeze drifts into the room, carrying a few leaves with it. He gazes out at the beautiful view of the church and distant mountains. The wind continues to rustle through the open wooden window frame. He smiles, feeling that his new two-base life is finally beginning for real. With a determined clench of his gloved fist, he steels his resolve. From outside, the beautiful house stands ready for its new life to begin. Andre marvels at how Kurito's convenient magic makes moving in so easy. Kurito apologizes profusely, assuring Andre that he truly doesn't need any help. Andre insists that he at least stay for a cup of tea. Suddenly, his face lights up with an idea, an impromptu housewarming party. Kurito loves the idea, even though Stella had warned Andre not to bother him. Andre excitedly plans to have Stella cook, killing two birds with one stone. He dashes off, promising to return immediately with Stella and Nina. Kurito smiles, admiring Andre's energetic spirit, so much like his daughter's. He turns back inside, deciding to prepare some drinks for his coming guests. A short while later, Nina and Stella arrive, greeting him cheerfully. Stella worries that they might be intruding, but Kurito reassures her they are welcome. With a warm smile, Stella gratefully accepts his hospitality. Just as they are about to enter, Nina holds up a hand, stopping them. With an expert's authority, she declares Corrido's house a no-shoe zone. Her parents look baffled by this strange rule, much to Corrido's amusement. Nina proudly points to the slippers, explaining the proper house etiquette. The slippers are an instant hit with her parents, who find them wonderfully comfortable. They step inside and gasp in awe at the fully furnished living room. Nina shouts in amazement that the house has become a real home. Andre compliments Corrido on his surprisingly stylish taste in decor. Corrido reflects that he never would have even considered owning a houseplant before. He then turns his attention to Stella, who has fallen unusually quiet. He asks if she is all right, noticing her stunned, silent expression. She looks up, her eyes sparkling with pure wonder, and gasps, "Amazing!" Her family and Corrido are all taken aback by her intense reaction. In the kitchen, she is mesmerized by the advanced magical appliances from the capital. Corrido has never seen her so excited. Andre laments that such things are too expensive. She apologizes for her outburst, but Corrido reassures her it's perfectly fine. He warmly tells her she is welcome to use his kitchen whenever she likes. Andre silently watches his wife and Corrido chatting happily together. A shadow of playful jealousy crosses his face as he calls out to Nina. He grabs his daughter, declaring they'll explore the house, earning a scolding from Stella. Corrido waves off Stella's apology and suggests they begin preparing the meal. He is surprised when Stella reveals she has already brought some food from home. She opens a large wicker basket, revealing its delicious contents. Corrido lets out a happy gasp of surprise and delight. The basket is filled with fresh bread and a pot of delicious-looking potato soup. She also offers him roast venison, which Corrido declares he absolutely loves. He is happy to be able to enjoy seasonal food in his new world. He lists the rest of his planned menu, and Stella offers to help him. They laugh together, agreeing to start cooking before their family gets too hungry. In the kitchen, they both don bandanas, ready to begin their culinary collaboration. Stella is amazed by his impressive collection of spices from the capital. He demonstrates a magical fire starter, which fills her with childlike delight. His skillful chopping proves that Nina's stories about his cooking were true. Stella watches on, genuinely impressed by his unexpected culinary talents. He humbly brushes off her praise, saying it's just from years of living alone. She smiles warmly, telling him that it is still a wonderful skill to possess. He looks away, slightly flustered but clearly touched by her genuine kindness. He feels a bit awkward that Andre isn't helping, but Stella just laughs. He muses that Andre would surely do anything for his beloved family if asked. Stella confirms that his assessment of her husband's devotion is absolutely correct. Unseen by them, Andre spies from the doorway with a dark, jealous glare. He suddenly bursts into the room, startling both Corrido and Stella. He strides purposefully into the kitchen, calling out Corrido's name with authority. He declares he is taking over, pushing a completely bewildered Corrido aside. Corrido and Nina watch from the doorway, baffled by his sudden change in demeanor. Nina leans in and whispers that her father became grumpy, seeing him with her mother. Corrido breaks into a sweat, realizing with amusement that the man was simply jealous. A sudden yelp of pain from the kitchen makes Corrido ask if everything is all right. He and Nina cautiously peek over the counter to see what has happened. Stella gently scolds her husband for burning himself while trying to help. Corrido and Nina watch the loving, tender moment with warm, knowing smiles. Crouching in the doorway, Corrido tells Nina how nice it is to see a married couple like her parents. Nina beams, declaring that when she gets married, she wants a close relationship just like theirs. Her innocent, heartfelt wish leaves Corrido momentarily speechless. He muses aloud, surprised that a girl her age already thinks about such things. Nina cheerfully invites Corrido to come inside and join the housewarming party. A toast is proposed to celebrate Corrido beginning his new life in Howren Village. With a resounding can pie, The whole family raises their glasses, officially welcoming him. Kurito eagerly announces that it's time to try Andre's very first culinary creation. Both Kurito and Nina take a simultaneous, hopeful bite of Andre's dish. Their expressions instantly freeze, then contort into identical masks of pure horror. Andre panics, refusing to believe that his vegetables could possibly be undercooked. Watching from the side, Stella lets out a quiet, amused giggle at her husband's failure. That night, Andre vows to practice his cooking, determined to improve for his family. The next morning dawns on a beautiful, panoramic view of Kurito's new village home. In his modern kitchen, a kettle whistles merrily on a magic-powered stove. Holding a fresh cup of tea, Kurito slides open the glass door to his balcony. He steps out, taking in the tranquil morning air with a peaceful expression. His view overlooks the quiet village, with the church spire rising in the distance. He takes a slow sip, thinking to himself that this simple moment feels incredibly luxurious. He reflects that here, he can relax without his maid Elsa judging his casual manners. With a contented smile, he realizes this house is his own castle, where he is free. He has found the perfect balance, knowing when to work hard and when to relax. His morning tea finished, he places the empty mug in the kitchen sink. Deciding to get some fresh air, he heads outside to loosen up a bit. He begins a simple stretching routine in the yard next to a wooden fence. A cheerful voice suddenly calls out his name, breaking the morning silence. It's Nina, running towards him with a bright smile and a happy good morning. He returns her greeting, and she immediately asks what he is doing. Kurito explains that he's just doing some light exercises to warm up his body. Not quite understanding, but filled with enthusiasm, Nina declares that she wants to join in. Amused, he tells her to just try and copy his movements, and she happily agrees. They begin with a side stretch, counting to 4 as Nina mimics his posture. With adorable concentration, they continue the stretch, counting all the way to 8. Next, they move on to an arm-swinging stretch, moving in perfect, silly synchronization. Nina bursts into laughter, exclaiming that his exercises are very strange and funny. She's completely hooked, finding the odd routine to be incredibly entertaining. When a short routine ends, Nina is a little sad but admits it was a lot of fun. Just then, Stella appears, offering Kurito a polite good morning. She smiles warmly, thanking him for keeping Nina company so early. Kurito insists it's the other way around, happy that Nina enjoys spending time with him. Stella remarks how happy Nina has been since he arrived, a truly heartwarming sight. She gently reminds her daughter that playtime is over. They have work to do in the fields. As they leave, Nina waves energetically, calling out a cheerful, "See you later, Kurito." He smiles and waves back, a warm feeling spreading through his chest. He stands alone on the path, the sudden, quiet feeling a bit empty. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as a fleeting pang of loneliness hits him. He trudges off, realizing just how much he had been enjoying her company. He quickly rallies, reminding himself that he's here to enjoy this kind of leisure time. Determined to make the most of his day, he begins a new project in the woods. He quickly fashions a simple wooden stool and takes a seat. He places the stool under the shade of a large, leafy tree. Looking up at the sky, he thinks that simply relaxing in the shade is wonderful. A contented smile spreads across his face as he closes his eyes in peace. He briefly considers grilling sausages, but decides it's too early in the day. The sound of rustling leaves draws his gaze up into the tree's canopy. He sits peacefully, enjoying the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. A brilliant idea suddenly flashes into his mind. He finds a clearing with 2 sturdy trees, perfect for his new plan. In an instant, a perfectly crafted hammock is strung between the 2 trunks. He stands back, admiring his handiwork with a proud and satisfied smile. He recalls making it with spare materials from his company, much to Emilio's confusion. He tests the material. Though handmade, it feels sturdy and reliable. Deciding to risk it, He carefully begins to climb into his new creation. He settles in, lying back with his hands clasped, looking quite pleased. The unique sensation of floating gently in the air takes him by surprise. The feeling is so profound that he imagines himself floating weightlessly in outer space. He's so impressed with his own work that he jokingly wonders if he might be a genius. Overcome with emotion, he feels a tear welling up at this simple, profound luxury. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves on the trees above him. A pair of birds takes flight, soaring through the canopy against the bright sky. He lies peacefully in his hammock, completely immersed in the tranquil woodland scene. Beams of bright sunlight cut through the dense leaves, dappling the forest floor. He gazes at the shifting leaves and sky, a look of pure contentment on his face. He settles deeper into the hammock, closing his eyes, completely at peace with the world. The forest is a picture of serene, sun-dappled tranquility and silence. Nina's face suddenly pops into view, her eyes wide with curiosity as she asks what it is. Her sudden appearance startles him out of his peaceful reverie. Startled, he asks about her chores, but she says she came because he looked like he was having fun. Stella arrives, apologizing that Nina's curiosity dragged her away from her work. Kurito smiles, understanding that a child is curious as Nina can't resist something new. Nina excitedly asks if she can try the hammock, and Kurito happily agrees. He offers to hold it steady for her as she gets in, much to her delight. She lies back in the hammock, laughing with pure joy and exclaiming how fun it is. Kurito gives the hammock a playful push, sending Nina into squeals of delight. Stella gently tells a happy Nina that it's time to get back to their work. Not wanting the fun to end, Nina excitedly insists that her mother try it too. With encouragement from both of them, Stella hesitantly agrees to give it a try. She looks a bit nervous, but decides to accept their kind offer. Taking their word for it, she carefully places her foot on the hammock's edge. As she settles in, she agrees with Nina that it feels very nice. She closes her eyes, remarking on how peaceful and pleasant the sensation is. Kurito and Nina stand by, watching quietly as Stella enjoys the gentle swaying. A few moments of profound silence pass in the tranquil woodland setting. They both lean in slightly, noticing how still and quiet she has become. Nina gasps in surprise, realizing her mother has actually fallen asleep. Stella jolts awake, panicking that she has chores to do and can't be relaxing. Nina begs to play more on the hammock, not wanting the peaceful day to end. She throws a small, cute tantrum, insisting that they can't leave yet. Stella gently explains that they have a duty to their crops, which are living things too. Waving goodbye, Nina makes Kurito promise to let her ride the hammock again soon. Relaxing in his hammock, Kurito cheerfully waves goodbye to his friends. He ponders if he, too, could nurture and grow living things. In his old life, he never even had pets, admitting it's not easy. He thinks of Stella and Nina, living a life of self-sufficiency. Despite living in the country, he realizes he knows nothing about it. He sits up in his hammock, a new idea suddenly taking hold. He wants something that is entirely his own to cultivate. The thought of having his own field solidifies in his mind. His gaze falls upon a neighbor's house, with its beautiful, ripe vineyard. With a jolt of excitement, he declares that he wants to try it. He wonders if it's time to get serious and make his move. For today, however, he decides to simply relax and enjoy the peace. The sun sets over the tranquil, beautiful village of Howren. Andre and Nina arrive, boisterously demanding a turn in the hammock. Kurito looks on, a bit surprised by their sudden, energetic arrival. Andre flails with glee as Kurito offers to teach them how to make one. Kurito declares his new ambition to start a farm and asks for help. Andre asks about his experience, but Kurito admits he has none. Andre thoughtfully strokes his chin, suggesting he start with something simple. Kurito asks if there are any crops recommended for a total beginner. Andre considers that Kurito will need low-maintenance plants for his busy life. He suggests something easy, like leeks or a local potato called gamo. Just then, Stella arrives, and Corito greets her with a smile. Andre decides to ask the expert, and Stella offers to show them her fields. Corito gasps in awe at the sight of their vast leek fields. He exclaims that it's an incredible farm, already smelling the fresh leeks. He nervously asks if he can really manage something so impressive. Stella reassures him, explaining that leeks can even grow in a pot. Feeling more confident, he listens as Andre offers him a fresh one to taste. Corito eagerly asks if it's really all right for him to have one. He looks on with anticipation as Andre prepares to pull one. With a firm tug, Andre pulls a thick, healthy leek from the earth. The sheer size of the leek is revealed, stunning Corito. He shouts, asking if it isn't huge, but they insist it's normal. He's shocked, thinking it's at least 3 times thicker than he imagined. He explains that leeks are much smaller in other regions he knows. He feels like the odd one out for finding their normal so strange. Andre grins, telling him to just wipe off the dirt and try it. Corito agrees, saying he will gladly partake in a fresh vegetable. He takes a large, crunchy bite of the raw leek. His eyes go wide with shock as he shouts at how sweet it is. He marvels that it tastes like a fruit with no pungent smell at all. A dish of cold tofu illustrates the leek's versatility in cooking. He declares his decision to grow leeks so he can eat them every day. Stella then suggests they go see the gamo patch as well. Corito asks what a gamo is, realizing it's unique to this world. Andre enthusiastically recommends them, saying they're delicious and filling. They walk towards another vast field of leafy green plants. Corito admires the beautiful scenery as Stella offers to dig one up. Andre explains that the plants are very hardy and robust. He adds that they thrive with minimal care, which is perfect for Corito. Corito agrees it seems even easier and better suited for him than leeks. Stella returns, presenting him with a freshly unearthed gamo. He notes its long, slender shape, like a mix of potato and sweet potato. Stella warns him it must be cooked and offers it to him to take home. She asks him what he thinks of their suggestions for his new garden. Corito decides he will try growing both the leeks and the gamo. Stella happily offers to share some of their seeds and seedlings. Andre chimes in, telling him not to worry since they have plenty. Corito is deeply touched by their kindness and thanks them sincerely. Back home, he reflects that they have already helped him more than enough. He sets down his new starter plants and trowel, ready to begin. He marks out a modest 3 by 4 meter plot for his garden. Standing before the cleared patch, he feels that all preparations are complete. He reasons it's best to start small before trying to manage a huge field. He rolls up his sleeves, declaring that the first step is weeding. He stares at the dense, overgrown patch of weeds before him. He stands silently for a moment, a mischievous idea forming in his mind. He holds out his hand and incants his spell, Spatial Cut. An invisible force instantly slashes through the air, shearing all the weeds. He smiles, amused that he used such a divine power for simple weeding. He sweeps up the cuttings, noting how much time he has saved. He still has to pull the remaining roots from the earth by hand. He begins the manual labor of tilling the soil with a hoe. He briefly considers using spatial distortion to churn the earth instantly. He quickly dismisses the idea, worried that his magic might go wrong. He scolds himself, thinking that making everything too easy would be meaningless. Andre peeks around the corner, offering some of their family's fertilizer. He's shocked at how quickly Corito has already finished weeding the plot. Corito winks, cheekily admitting he had fun using his convenient magic. Intrigued, Andre asks what kind of magic he used this time. Corito holds out his hand, preparing to give a demonstration. He casts Spatial Cut, again, and the remaining weeds vanish instantly. Andre's face contorts in a mask of pure, unadulterated awe. He shouts about how cool it was and begs Corito to do it again. A group of villagers are shown reacting like children, amazed by the magic. Andre is more excited than ever, and Corito is glad he's so happy. Kurito cheekily reminds him about his offer of fertilizer. Andre hefts the heavy sack, but hesitates before handing it over. A sinister glint appears in Kurito's eye as he watches Andre. Andre proposes a trade, the fertilizer in exchange for weeding his garden. Kurito is shocked, exclaiming that he thought it was being given freely. Comically defeated, Kurito agrees to weed an area equal to the fertilizer used. He bursts out laughing, admitting that he was just joking around. Andre is relieved as Kurito agrees to handle the harvesting instead. Andre admits it's a huge help, as Stella usually does most of it. Kurito reassures him, saying it's fine since he's a merchant. A vision of Elsa's terrifying laugh reminds him what true merchants are like. Kurito decides it's time to head over to Andre's place to help. He reflects on how meeting this family has changed his entire world. Kurito reflects on how he has only received things from others. Looking over the village, he wants to properly repay their kindness. He stands with a friend, wondering what he can do to help. He recalls spending the previous day weeding at Andre's house. With a towel around his neck, he stands ready to work. He smiles, ready to begin his own project in the village. He gazes upon the freshly tilled soil of his new garden plot. Leaning on his hoe, he remarks that it's starting to look like a field. He closes his eyes, happy to have a task different from his usual work. Walking away, he wonders if this is what having a hobby feels like. He's surprised to hear a voice admiring his new field. He turns to see a kind-looking elderly couple greeting him. With a jolt, he recognizes them as Greg and Tyra's parents. The woman notes they never properly introduced themselves before. She introduces herself as Angelica, and her husband as Griff. Kurito bows, apologizing for not greeting them sooner as a new neighbor. Angelica kindly tells him not to worry about such formalities. She apologizes for dropping by while he's busy moving in. Griff observes that Kurito's new field suggests he's already settled. The old farmer asks what Kurito plans to grow in his garden. Kurito explains he'll start with simple leeks and gamo potatoes. Griff thoughtfully inspects the prepared plot of land. He decisively steps onto the freshly tilled soil to take a closer look. He advises Kurito to mound the soil higher for the gamo. Kurito understands that the roots will need more space to grow. He beams, thanking Griff enthusiastically for the farming advice. Griff then offers him a gift he brought in a sack. It's a beautiful handcrafted set of ceramic dishes for his new home. Angelica then presents her own gift of homemade butter and cheese. Kurito is overwhelmed by their generosity and the quality of the gifts. He asks if Griff, by chance, made the beautiful plates himself. Angelica proudly confirms that Griff's family are skilled potters. Kurito is deeply impressed, promising to treasure the artisan's work. Griff looks away, a hint of a pleased smile on his face. He gruffly dismisses the praise, though his wife teases him for blushing. Kurito thinks that Griff seems stubborn at first glance, but he realizes the old man is just a kind, if awkward, person. He then asks Angelica if she raises cows or sheep for her dairy. She explains the cheese is made from the milk of their many sheep. Kurito thinks raising livestock sounds like a wonderful idea. Angelica adds that the sheep are, of course, also good for meat. She suggests he try raising some animals when he has the time. The kind couple takes their leave, wishing him well in his new life. Kurito thanks them warmly for their visit and generous gifts. That night, stars shine brightly above Kurito's new village home. He sits down to a meal that looks absolutely delicious. He savors the rich flavor of the cheese and butter on the perfect plates. The dishes, he notes, are not just beautiful but light and easy to use. As he eats, his expression turns serious and contemplative. He realizes everyone in the village, like Angelica and Griff, has a role. Andre guards the village, while Stella and Nina work the fields. The entire community thrives on each person's unique skills. He feels he lacks their practical abilities, even without his magic. He looks down, wondering what his own purpose could possibly be. Looking over the valley, he questions if he can truly help anyone. The next morning, Two small birds chirp cheerfully on a branch. Kurito stands on his porch, enjoying the peaceful start to the day. He lets out a big, satisfying yawn in the crisp morning air. A voice from below wishes him a good morning. He is surprised to see the village chief, Ryloi, has come to visit. Kurito assures the chief that life in the village is wonderful. But he hesitates, unable to voice his deeper concerns. Ryloi stands on the path, looking up at the young man. The chief perceptively notes his gloomy expression and asks him to speak honestly. Kurito, after a moment's hesitation, decides to confide in the chief. He explains that Angelica and Griff had come to visit him yesterday. He tells the chief about the housewarming gift he received from them. The thoughtful gift made him happy, but also made him realize something. He wonders if he truly has a useful role to play in Howren Village. His two-base life makes it difficult to feel like he's contributing. He feels he lacks both the time and the skills of the other villagers. He worries that he is only taking from this place he has grown to love. Ryloi listens, understanding Kurito's desire to be useful. The chief tells him that this desire is a wonderful thing. But, he says with a gentle smile, you don't need to be in such a hurry. Kurito is confused by the chief's advice not to hurry to live. Ryloi explains that young people often leave their small village for the city. He reminds Kurito of Greg and Tyra, who left for that very reason. Kurito recalls that they became adventurers in the bustling capital. He, however, much prefers the quiet, relaxed life of the village. He wryly wonders if, at 27, he still counts as a young person. Ryloi explains that Kurito choosing their village is a gift in itself. The chief says that his presence alone makes them all happy. Kurito is taken aback by this simple, profound statement. Ryloi adds that Angelica and Griff's visit is proof of this. He says the villagers are just happy to have a young person around. The chief tells Kurito not to worry so much about his role. First, he says with a kind smile, just enjoy your own life. The words trigger a memory of his late father saying the same thing. Kurito is struck, his eyes wide with emotion and understanding. He smiles, accepting the wise words of both men. He is truly, deeply glad that he came to Howren Village. As he walks away, he decides to take the chief's advice to heart. He realizes that good ideas won't come from rushing things. He marvels at the profound wisdom that comes with age. His walk is interrupted as he spots something in the distance. He sees lush green vines growing inside a large structure. He recognizes it as a glass-paned greenhouse. Peeking through the door, he sees rows of plants heavy with fruit. A brilliant smile spreads across his face as he recognizes the tomatoes. Kurito discovers a field of lush, dark tomatoes hanging heavy on their vines. Since tomatoes are his favorite, he hopes he can buy some from the farmer. As he looks closer, however, his expression turns to one of mild confusion. He notes that the shape of the fruit seems a little bit unusual. He realizes they are shaped like onions, with a magnificent color that looks juicy. He steps into the greenhouse to touch one, not noticing a figure approaching. A sharp voice calls out, "Hey!" and Kurito turns around, startled. He recoils in shock as the blade of a shovel is thrust toward him. A young farmer confronts a panicked Kurito, demanding to know what he's doing. The farmer's face is shadowed with menace as he warns Kurito not to touch. He angrily threatens to have Kurito arrested as a common tomato thief. Kurito frantically explains it's a misunderstanding. He was just admiring the unique fruit. The farmer remains suspicious, stating that he doesn't recognize Kurito's face. He asks if Kurito is from the village, which Kurito nervously confirms. He introduces himself as Kurito, explaining he just recently moved into the village. The farmer realizes Kurito must be the eccentric person who moved from the capital. Kurito is surprised the farmer knows, but the farmer says it's common knowledge. The farmer scoffs, calling him an oddball for leaving the prosperous city. He thinks to himself that Kurito's words are rude, but he's not so different. Kurito passionately defends his choice, saying he loves the village's quiet nature. The farmer's hostile demeanor breaks into a grin, Kurito is easy to talk to. He thinks to himself that this newcomer doesn't seem like a bad person. Kurito smiles, glad for the compliment and wondering if he's being praised. The farmer apologizes for his suspicion, citing rare but troublesome trespassers. Kurito asks if bad people come by, but the farmer clarifies it's just outsiders. The farmer's expression turns thoughtful as he decides to change the subject. Annoyed at his own curiosity, he abruptly asks Kurito how old he is. Kurito proudly states that he is 27, which leaves the farmer flabbergasted. The farmer mutters that Kurito is older than he looks, telling him to forget it. Kurito realizes he's a year younger than Andre and asks if the farmer knows him. The farmer turns the question back on him, asking who Kurito is. He introduces himself with a confident smile as Olga, the local tomato farmer. Olga, 22, suggests they are peers since young people are a valuable rarity. Kurito is delighted, having not known another young man lived in the village. He thinks to himself that he had really been hoping to find a friend. He agrees enthusiastically, saying he also wanted a friend close to his age. Olga grins and extends his hand, formally saying it's nice to meet him. They shake hands firmly, sealing their new friendship with a mutual agreement. Kurito feels a sudden, wet squish in his palm and looks down, confused. He opens his hand to find it completely covered in smashed tomato pulp. Olga struggles to hold back a laugh, offering a weak, insincere apology. He then grins mischievously, admitting that he did it on purpose. Kurito thinks the farmer is a prankster, but finds himself smiling at the joke. At the farm's well, Kurito thinks he'll be able to get along with Olga. While washing his hands, he asks what kind of tomatoes Olga is growing. Olga looks at him, completely baffled by the question, and asks what he means. He insists that they are just normal tomatoes, confused by Kurito's line of questioning. Kurito argues animatedly that regular tomatoes are supposed to be much rounder. Olga states plainly that the only tomatoes he knows are the ones he grows. He explains that he only sells to the next village, unable to travel further. Kurito understands that food logistics in this world are incredibly harsh. He pictures the dangers of the road, a risk a non-warrior like Olga can't take. Kurito turns to Olga, getting his attention to make a simple request. He points toward the greenhouse and asks if he could please have one. As Olga walks away, Kurito frantically calls for him to wait. Olga casually tosses a tomato, which Kurito catches just before it hits his face. He points to a cart of harvested fruit, telling him that one is ripe. Kurito thanks him profusely as Olga waves off his gratitude. He carefully inspects the tomato, holding it gently in both hands. He notes its substantial weight and size, and its surprisingly subtle scent. He admires its perfectly smooth skin, but Olga impatiently interrupts his thoughts. With his face shadowed in irritation, Olga tells him to just eat it already. With a satisfying crunch, Kurito takes a large bite of the fresh tomato. His eyes widen in shock. The flavor is far stronger, sweeter, and tartar. A look of pure bliss crosses his face as he savors the incredible taste. Olga looks on, unimpressed, and asks for his final verdict on the flavor. Kurito shouts with unrestrained joy that it's unbelievably, insanely delicious. He declares with absolute certainty that it's the best tomato he's ever eaten. Olga's tough facade melts away into a genuine, proud smile as he agrees. He admits he's confident in the taste, but appreciates Kurito's high praise. Kurito thinks that it's only natural to be happy when your hard work is praised. He concludes that these tomatoes are objectively superior to any common variety. It's clear that the creator, Olga himself, has poured his soul into them. The crucial problem, however, is that Olga doesn't realize his product's true value. Kurito realizes Olga's small world prevents him from knowing how amazing his work is. He thinks it's a terrible waste for such a masterpiece to be so unknown. Olga interrupts his thoughts, asking why he's making such a serious face. Kurito looks at him intently, his mind focused on the tomato's incredible taste. He asks Olga if he doesn't wish more people could eat his delicious food. Olga admits that of course he does, that it's a dream for any farmer. Kurito's mind floods with business ideas, seeing the potential for a premium brand. Olga dismisses the idea, saying that such a thing is impossible for him. Selling in a big city would be great, but it's an unattainable goal. He reminds Kurito that Howren is a remote backwater. It's just a fairy tale. Kurito passionately cuts him off, insisting that it's not impossible at all. He makes a bold declaration. He can spread Olga's tomatoes across the entire country. Olga is shocked, asking if Kurito is serious. Kurito insists that he is. Kurito begins to explain that it's possible because he has a special ability. A close-up on Kurito's determined eye reveals his unwavering resolve. He remembers his spatial magic, realizing he has a unique way to contribute. He looks out over the peaceful, sprawling landscape of Howren Village. He thinks that he possesses a method of helping that only he can use. He decides showing is better than telling, turning back to Olga. He makes a proposal. What if he could get Olga to the capital instantly? He asks Olga if he would be willing to accept his incredible offer. From the sky, Olga's simple, confused floats over the village. The scene shifts dramatically to the magnificent, towering castle of Zephril. Kusha's feet tap along the stone pavement as she hums a happy tune. She skips down a bustling city street, celebrating her long-awaited day off. She recalls the recent stress at the guild caused by Kurito, the teleportation guy. Kusha, the guild receptionist, vows to enjoy her day off and forget about work. With a cheerful, fanged smile, she happily orders some ice cream from a vendor. Suddenly, Kurito and Olga teleport behind her, causing her to shriek in absolute terror. Kurito recognizes the terrified receptionist, wondering what she's doing here as she stammers. Olga apologizes after Kusha tells him that he shouldn't be the one who is startled. Olga looks up in awe, seeing the magnificent Zephril castle for the very first time. As the three of them talk, Olga marvels at seeing a real beastman up close. Kurito explains that his power makes it feel like he truly can travel instantly. Kusha, still a bit flustered, asks Kurito just who this mysterious young man is. She asks Olga if he's a friend of Kurito's, as he stares, fascinated. With a brilliant smile, she introduces herself as Kusha from the Adventurers Guild. Olga is completely captivated by her cute and professional demeanor, much to Kurito's amusement. Kurito quickly intervenes, explaining he's just demonstrating his magic to his new friend. He grabs Olga to leave, saying goodbye to Kusha for now. Kusha warmly invites Kurito to come and visit the guild anytime he likes. Kurito gives a bright smile, promising that he will definitely stop by again soon. With a flash of light, they vanish, leaving Kusha looking up at the sky. In an instant, they're transported back to the peaceful, rolling hills of Howren Village. Olga lands ungracefully in a heap, the sudden transition leaving him completely disoriented. Kurito stands over him, calmly stating that this is essentially how his magic works. With his power, he explains the vast distance between them is no concern at all. Olga looks up, a cynical smirk on his face as he processes the information. He clutches his head, begging Kurito to wait and let him sort his thoughts. He concedes that Kurito can get there, but asks if he has any plan. Kurito confidently explains his connection to the Emilio Company and his convenient storage magic. Olga remains doubtful, asking if his tomatoes can really sell in such a big city. Kurito's expression hardens as he listens to Olga's persistent and insecure questions. He accuses Olga of being timid after getting his first real look at the capital. The sharp accusation makes Olga flinch, clearly hitting a nerve. He tells Kurito to shut up, his frustration and insecurity showing. He demands to know what benefit Kurito gets from helping him sell his tomatoes. Kurito looks out at the village, his answer simple: to make the village prosper. He declares that the village's prosperity is the only benefit that he needs. With his eyes closed, he begins to explain his sincere feelings for his new home. He loves this village, he says, and he wants to be of use to it. He explains that as someone who arrived with nothing, he received so much here. He feels he can't give up before he has even tried to do something. He declares that Howren's vegetables will be known not just in Zifril, but everywhere. He turns to Olga, asking him to simply trust him with this monumental task. Olga is left completely speechless, stunned by Kurito's passionate and heartfelt plea. He lets out a long, exasperated sigh, scratching his ear in thought. He tells Kurito to stop trying to persuade a guy with such intense passion. Kurito, slightly taken aback, asks him to repeat what he just said. Olga looks away, asking again if Kurito is sure that the tomatoes will sell. Kurito states with absolute conviction that they will, that he wouldn't say it otherwise. Olga is surprised by his immediate and unwavering confidence in the product. A slow, mischievous grin spreads across Olga's face as he finally agrees. He picks up his straw hat from the ground, his decision now made. He wants to test if his humble tomatoes can truly make in the capital. Kurito's face lights up with joy, calling out his new partner's name. Olga cuts him off, declaring that what he truly wants is money. Kurito is amused, asking why he is saying that with such a serious face. He agrees with a smile, acknowledging that money is indeed very important. Olga extends his hand, ready to seal their new and promising business deal. Kurito looks at his new partner with a warm, trusting smile on his face. The two men shake hands, Olga telling him he's counting on him. A decorative border of flowers marks the official start of their new partnership. Kurito notices the dirt on his glove and tells Olga not to get it dirty. Kurito cheerfully greets Nina as he finds her on a path in the village. He asks if Andre and Stella are around, and she points toward their field. From afar, Andre and Stella watch as Nina calls out to them. Kurito apologizes for interrupting their work, but Andre says it's no problem. Kurito clarifies that he isn't there to ask about anything regarding their fields. This piques Andre and Stella's curiosity, as Kurito explains he has another matter. He looks out over their beautiful, well-tended farm as he prepares his pitch. Andre is shocked when Kurito asks about selling their crops in the capital. He can't believe anyone would buy their ordinary crops, but Kurito confirms it. Kurito passionately insists that their produce is not ordinary at all. He pauses for a moment, gathering his thoughts before explaining his reasoning. He holds up a giant leek, declaring that its size and sweetness are exceptional. Andre is amazed by Kurito's passionate sales pitch for their simple vegetables. Kurito adds that their unique Gamo potatoes also have immense untapped potential. A simple checkered pattern provides a visual break in the conversation. Andre admits that from their perspective, their crops have always just been normal. Kurito explains that he has the village chief's permission and is ready to start. He confirms for the chief that he has found his way of giving back. He adds that Olga's tomatoes are also part of this exciting new venture. Andre is surprised, asking when he and Olga became acquainted with each other. Nina asks if they are really going to sell Olga's tomatoes, and Kurito confirms. She erupts in a squeal of pure joy, declaring how much she loves them. Kurito smiles, admitting he loves them too, though it has nothing to do with business. Andre asks if Kurito will use his connections at the merchant company to sell. Kurito confirms he belongs to the Emilio company and will sell through them. Andre is stunned, having heard that the Emilio company is the fastest growing business. Kurito asks if Andre knows of them, and he confirms he's heard the rumors. Andre notes that the company's incredible growth makes sense with Kurito's magic. Kurito is surprised Andre's connections reach so far outside their quiet village. He formally asks if they will allow him to sell their valuable crops. Andre agrees, saying it's a request from his friend Kurito. After all, he adds that it's a great opportunity for them to increase their income. Kurito's face lights up with a bright, grateful smile as he thanks them. He asks if Andre knows of any other villagers with unique, high-quality crops. Andre agrees to take him on a tour of the village's other farms. He introduces Kurito to a neighbor who grows massive, delicious watermelons. Kurito takes a huge bite of watermelon, his face a mask of pure bliss. The tour continues, with Andre introducing him to a variety of local farmers. A massive pile of fresh produce is gathered, ready for the trip to Zephril. Back in his home, Kurito looks at the bounty, confident he has enough. He smiles to himself, a determined glint in his eye, as he forms a plan. He grimaces, thinking how all the village's food is terrifyingly, agonizingly delicious. Kurito steeled himself, knowing this was a difficult but necessary choice. He had to convince Emilio that these simple crops were worth selling. He believed his partner, Emilio, would at least grant him an audience. Kurito reflected on Emilio's shrewd nature and their company's rapid success. The outcome of tomorrow's crucial meeting would determine everything. The morning sun rose over the sprawling, beautiful city of Zephril. It glinted off the windows of Kurito's grand, newly acquired mansion. The light streamed through a freshly cleaned pane of glass. Inside, the head maid, Elsa, diligently polished the window frame. Her expression was focused, her movements precise and full of grace. Suddenly, Kurito materialized in the room, cheerfully announcing his return. Elsa turned to face him, her demeanor perfectly calm and unflustered. Kurito was momentarily surprised by her professional composure. She gave a slight bow, formally welcoming her master home. He marveled at how quickly she'd adapted. She simply stated it was her duty. He asked if anything was amiss, and she confirmed all was quiet. Kurito announced he was leaving again to see Emilio at the company. As he turned, Elsa began to inform him about Emilio. A lazy voice from the drawing room welcomed Kurito back. Kurito found Emilio lounging on his sofa, asking why he was there. Kurito was once again unnerved by his partner's uncanny foresight. He thought about how much he enjoyed the peaceful life in Howren Village. Emilio teased him, saying he was developing the sensibilities of a hermit. Kurito brushed off the joke, eager to get to his business proposal. Emilio's interest was piqued, asking what Kurito wanted to sell. With a flourish, a large pile of produce appeared on the floor. Emilio asked what it was. Kurito proudly identified the Howren Village crops. A small, amused sound escaped Emilio's lips. He dismissed the idea and began to walk out, but Kurito stopped him. Kurito pleaded for him to listen, insisting the crops were a valid product. Emilio's expression hardened, asking if this was a favor for the villagers. He warned that sentimentality could not compromise the company's profits. Kurito firmly stated that the villagers would never ask for such a thing. He declared his absolute sincerity in bringing this profitable venture to him. Emilio studied his partner's earnest face, his suspicion wavering. He apologized for his rudeness, admitting he had misjudged the situation. The basics of business, he stated, required personal evaluation. With a charismatic smile, he agreed to hear Kurito's full proposal. Kurito's face lit up, ready to give his most important presentation. Emilio listened intently as Kurito laid out his plan. He nodded, saying he understood the core of the idea. He admitted that the types of crops were mostly unknown to him. Kurito explained that to the villagers, this produce was completely normal. This, Emilio realized, was why his information network had missed it. Kurito passionately argued that this was precisely why they had to sell it. He reminded Emilio of their business model: buy low, sell high. Emilio smiled, impressed by Kurito's newfound marketing savvy. He conceded the premium nature of the goods Kurito was describing. The real issue, he countered, was whether the taste lived up to the hype. Kurito's eyes shone with absolute certainty. The taste was guaranteed. Emilio picked up a thick leak, agreeing taste was the ultimate test. The final word, after all, belonged to persuasive power of flavor. Kurito explained he had chosen these specific items for a taste test. He offered Emilio a pre-cut piece of raw leek to start. Intrigued by the leek's size, Emilio agreed to try it. He popped the piece into his mouth with a crisp sound. Kurito watched intently as his partner chewed thoughtfully. A flash of pure shock appeared in Emilio's eyes. He gasped that it was impossibly sweet and melted in his mouth. Kurito excitedly described how amazing it was when cooked with salt. Emilio, now a believer, eagerly reached for one of the dark tomatoes. He took a large, juicy bite from the unique, onion-shaped fruit. He savored the flavor, a small trickle of juice on his lips. A look of profound, blissful satisfaction spread across his face. He declared it was as sweet as a fruit, a true delicacy. He praised its rich flavor and perfect balance of sweet and tart. He immediately called for Elsa, holding out the half-eaten tomato. He commanded her to make a soup, admitting he'd given in to desire. The other maids gathered, drawn by the excitement of the tasting. Kurito asked for the final verdict. Did Emilio think they would sell? Emilio paused, wiping his mouth, his mind clearly made up. He formally apologized for his earlier dismissal of the souvenirs. The crops from Howren Village, he declared, were all super first-class products. Kurito beamed as Emilio thanked him for bringing such a good find. Emilio made a promise, an exclusive contract with the Emilio Company. He asked for Kurito's help finding sales channels, and Kurito readily agreed. Kurito teleported to Howren Village, startling Andre at the main gate. The guard jumped back, demanding to know who was there. Kurito apologized for surprising him while he was on duty. He wryly thought this was becoming a habit of his. Andre asked where he'd been. Kurito replied he had important news. He announced that he had successfully sold their produce in the capital. Andre grabbed him, desperately asking for the results of the sales. Kurito calmed him, saying he would explain everything to the whole village. Andre agreed, promising to gather everyone in the central square. Kurito waited, feeling the nervous excitement of the impending announcement. The villagers quickly assembled around the town well, their faces anxious. An old couple clasped their hands, praying for good news. Kurito was surprised by the size of the crowd that had gathered. He realized just how much they cared about the fate of their crops. The pressure brought back painful memories of his old corporate life. A frantic voice suddenly shouted his name, startling him. It was Olga, the young tomato farmer. His expression panicked. He grabbed Kurito, demanding to know what happened to his tomatoes. Kurito tried to calm him, saying he was about to report everything. A young woman's voice firmly told her brother to stop. Kurito looked up, surprised by the gentle but firm intervention. Olga introduced the woman as his sister, Mira, who helps him. He explained that she assists with caring for the tomato plants. Kurito smiled and politely introduced himself to the farmer's sister. Kurito is shocked, hearing that young women are a precious commodity in the village. Olga mischievously offers his sister to Kurito, enraging her in the background. Kurito flusteredly rejects the ridiculous matchmaking attempt, telling Olga to stop joking. As Kurito turns away, he hears Olga and his sister starting to fight. Nina looks up at him with concern, asking what is wrong, and saying, The villagers look utterly dejected and worn out as they wait for the news. Kurito apologizes to the villagers for making them gather at the town well. The villagers sweat with anxiety as he prepares to announce the results directly. An immense, silent pressure radiates from the expectant crowd, weighing heavily on him. Kurito feels the stress, as he was the one who started this whole venture. He recalls the precious crops they entrusted to him, a newcomer to their village. He tells himself that he has already done everything that he possibly could. He looks at the worried faces of the villagers who provided their precious crops. He announces with a heavy heart that he was unable to sell their produce. Olga and his sister stare in absolute, stunned disbelief at the terrible news. Olga's sister Mira looks on in shock, while Olga himself has a grim expression. Kurito stands alone before the silent, disappointed crowd gathered around the well. He lowers his head, hesitantly continuing with a quiet, but he clarifies it wasn't that they didn't sell, but that they weren't sold at regular shops. Olga looks utterly bewildered by Kurito's confusing statement, asking what he means. From the back of the crowd, Olga demands to know what Kurito is talking about. The scene flashes back to Kurito in his mansion. confidently beginning his explanation. Emilio sits across from him, asking if he knows what foods their company handles. Corrido, slightly surprised, confirms that he has a general idea of their inventory. He lists their main products: rare fish, high-grade monster meat, and other delicacies. He pauses, a flicker of realization crossing his face as he thinks. He asks Emilio why they don't deal in beef or vegetables. Emilio answers with a weary expression, stating they can be bought anywhere. He explains the capital's market. Fresh fish is rare, but common produce isn't. Corrido understands that they were stuck in a completely saturated niche market. Emilio admits that while difficult, it's not impossible to sell the vegetables. Corrido is shocked, asking if there is truly a way to make it work. Emilio reveals his strategy: sell directly to restaurants instead of the open market. Not just any restaurants, he clarifies with a knowing look. He specifies high-class establishments patronized by nobles and even the royal family. They already have contracts with these places for their other rare ingredients. They will create a new line, Emilio Company brand vegetables, with guaranteed quality. However, Emilio declares, his tone shifting to one of serious caution. He states that even with their solid plan, it is still not enough. Their rivals are strong and trusted, while their produce is currently unknown. Corrido realizes they need a flashy sales tactic to win over the chefs. He acknowledges that Emilio's assessment of their situation is completely correct. He feels the weight of responsibility, knowing he must contribute a winning idea. He racks his brain, trying to come up with a standout marketing pitch. Elsa approaches, asking if he would like a refill of his tea. Corrido watches her silently, his mind working furiously on the problem. He observes Elsa's graceful movements as she pours the tea. A sudden spark of inspiration hits him as he looks at her. He jolts upright, the perfect, audacious idea finally forming in his mind. Elsa looks on, a hint of curiosity on her face, wondering what he's thinking. The scene opens on a grand hall, a preface explaining Corrido's secret plan. An announcer tells the gathered restaurant representatives to please line up and wait. Arsh, dressed in a beautiful kimono, holds a sign for the vegetable tasting. She gracefully serves a line of eager chefs, telling them this is their sample. Rival merchants watch in disbelief, commenting on the strange, eye-catching staff attire. Corrido tells Emilio that their flashy sales pitch seems to be a huge success. Emilio smiles, admitting that he was honestly surprised by Corrido's bold idea. Corrido scratches his head, laughing awkwardly, amazed he came up with it. He recalls his initial, far more awkward suggestion regarding the promotional strategy. He had hesitantly asked if having Elsa and the others be poster girls would work. Emilio and Elsa had stared back at him, completely dumbfounded by the suggestion. Elsa, looking shocked, had asked if he was seriously talking about them. Corrido had immediately waved his hands in a panic, telling them to forget it. He had berated himself internally for making such an inappropriate, harassing comment. Emilio, however, had simply smiled, finding the core of the idea interesting. He had teased Corrido, saying it was a rare idea, but he'd been getting bored. He then declared that it was actually not a bad proposal at all. Emilio had laughed, noting that chefs would enjoy being served by beautiful women. Corrido had worried if such a tactic was appropriate for securing high-end contracts. Emilio had clarified that this event was a war, a hunt for the best contracts. However, he had agreed that Corrido's initial idea was not quite enough. Corrido, knowing they were still missing something, had agreed with him. He then presented his refined idea. What if they served in his homeland's traditional clothes? Emilio had noted that Corrido's Eastern appearance was already rare in the capital. Corrido had explained that while he couldn't get the real thing, he could have replicas made. Emilio had slammed his fist on the table, his mind instantly grasping the potential. He had turned to Corrido with a sharp, appreciative smile. He had declared the idea interesting and well worth trying out. Corrido had been relieved that Emilio didn't pry and simply trusted his vision. Emilio had then turned to Elsa, saying they just needed her approval. Elsa, without a moment's hesitation, had simply said, understood, and agreed. Corrido had been stunned, asking if she was okay with wearing another company's uniform. He had asked if she was really sure, considering her noble background. She had explained that she was told to be of use to the Emilio company. She had then looked at him with a quiet, knowing expression. Corrido had looked back, waiting for her to continue her thought. She had stated that he only ever asked for the bare minimum from them. She had then told him directly that he should feel free to rely on her more. Corrido had been deeply moved by her words, simply whispering her name, Elsa. Emilio had watched their exchange with a satisfied smile. He had then said they just needed to hear from the other three maids. He had turned to see them all peeking out from behind a nearby door. The other maids had burst in, excitedly asking about his homeland's traditional clothes. Elsa had confirmed to them that his proposal was indeed what they would be doing. Emilio had declared that with a unanimous vote, the decision was made. He then had said there was just one more thing to consider. He had suggested they add a special, creative touch to the tasting dishes. A chef at the event marvels at the size and sweetness of the leeks. A female chef agrees, adding that the tomatoes are too delicious to even cook. A portly chef, his face a mask of pure bliss, shouts bravo and asks for more. Emilio reflects that their tasting event strategy was a great success. He playfully puts the final pressure on Corrido, who nervously objects. Elsa appears in a kimono, announcing that she has kept them waiting. Corrido is momentarily speechless at the sight of her in the new attire. She explains the samples are ready, and Corrido gratefully entrusts her with the task. A chef is drawn in by the wonderful aroma as Elsa approaches him. A maid graciously offers the chef a taste of their special vegetable dish. The chef pauses, his professional curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar meal. He wonders aloud what this strange, rustic-looking stew could possibly be. Elsa explains it is a traditional dish from a country in the Far East. Another maid adds it features ingredients exclusively from the Emilio company. The chef lifts his fork, bringing the first momentous bite to his lips. His eyes fly open in astonishment as he declares it absolutely delicious. He praises its comforting warmth, delicate texture, and wonderful flavor. The impressed chef immediately asks to discuss a long-term supply contract. Emilio smoothly steps in, announcing he will handle negotiations from here. The other chefs murmur, recognizing the famously picky head chef, Kamantel. They can't believe he's asking for a contract, wondering about the vegetables. Another maid in a beautiful kimono approaches the curious crowd of chefs. The maids cheerfully offer samples to all the other eager attendees. Corrido stands between two grand pillars, watching the incredible scene unfold. A gap-toothed chef smiles, clearly impressed by the food's quality. Another chef thoughtfully savors the complex, nostalgic flavor. Two more chefs grin in approval, won over by the simple dish. Elsa comments to a stunned Corrido on how amazing the reaction is. A chef notes every restaurant is now scrambling to secure a contract. Elsa credits Corrido, saying his dish was the key to their success. Corrido scratches his ear, bashfully trying to downplay his contribution. He explains it's just a simple home-style dish from his homeland, Nikujiga. He recalls how they adapted the recipe for Howran Village's unique vegetables. With a nostalgic smile, he remembers his family's version always included tomatoes. Elsa agrees that while unusual, the tomatoes make it taste even better. Corrido quietly confirms that it is the taste of his cherished memories. A gentle, distant smile touches his lips as he looks into the past. He remembers his mother often made it for him when he was young. He turns to Elsa, his face serious, and offers her his sincere thanks. He admits he couldn't have recreated the flavor without her dedicated help. Elsa humbly insists the achievement is his, but she hesitates for a moment. A rare, radiant smile blossoms on her face as she says she was glad to help. Corrido is momentarily captivated, moved by her genuine happiness. He blushes slightly, scratching his ear in bashful appreciation of the moment. A look of profound realization dawns in his eyes as he reflects. He thinks that he could never have accomplished this on his own, but his old world culture gave him the meaning to succeed in this one. He acknowledges his painful past, but also his new, happy memories. He wonders if this success was his way of repaying his past. Kurito beams, announcing the capital's restaurants will buy their crops regularly. The villagers of Howren stare back, their faces frozen in stunned silence. Their shock erupts into a single, massive, disbelieving cry of "Iya!" Olga grabs Kurito, frantically demanding to know if this is really true. Kurito smiles reassuringly, reminding Olga that he promised they would sell. Olga stares, his mind struggling to process the incredible news. He lets out a short, sharp cry of pure, unadulterated joy. "All right," he shouts, as the entire village begins to celebrate wildly. The villagers throw their arms up in a massive, triumphant cheer. They marvel that their ordinary vegetables held such incredible value. Kurito watches their unbridled happiness with a gentle, satisfied smile. Olga suddenly grows serious, telling Kurito there's something to clarify. He realizes that if their produce can sell for such a high price, it means the traveling merchants have been shamelessly cheating them. Kurito and Olga stand together as the dark realization sinks in. Andre arrives with his family, clapping Olga on the back reassuringly. Stella agrees with her husband, her face beaming with happiness. Mira notes that selling fresh produce to the capital was once a pipe dream. Olga begrudgingly admits that his sister has a very good point. Andre adds that Kurito helped them all realize their own worth. He bows his head deeply, thanking Kurito for everything he's done. Kurito protests, trying to downplay his role in their success. Nina pops up from behind her father, insisting that he's wrong. She tells him to look, as she's never seen everyone so happy. Kurito looks from Nina's bright face to the celebrating villagers. His eye widens as he truly takes in the scene before him. He sees the entire village, their faces alight with pure, honest joy. The old men are laughing heartily, their faces crinkled with delight. The women of the village smile and embrace one another in shared victory. The whole community is united in a moment of profound happiness. Kurito is at a loss for words, simply watching them in awe. The village chief, Ryloi, steps forward to speak on their behalf. He offers his profound and sincere thanks to Kurito for everything. Ryloi says he has brought vitality and, most importantly, hope to them. Other villagers echo his sentiment, shouting their own heartfelt thanks. Kurito, embarrassed by the praise, tries to laugh it off humbly. He admits he feels like he was finally able to contribute something. Andre and his family are shocked that he was worried about that. Andre tells him not to worry about such complicated things. He says Kurito is too kind and should just enjoy himself with them. Stella chimes in, confirming that Andre is absolutely right. She says they are just happy to have him, and his presence is enough. Ryloi looks at Kurito with a wise, knowing expression. He reminds Kurito of his earlier advice not to feel bound by anything. The chief tells him once more to simply live his life freely. A single tear escapes Kurito's eye, his emotions finally overflowing. He remembers the lonely, sleepless nights of his painful past life. He recalls the crushing grief he had carried for so long. He remembers the profound solitude he felt after losing his father. He realizes he stopped looking back, his new life healing the pain. He understands now, with perfect clarity, what has happened. It was meeting the kind, wonderful people of this village. He feels a deep gladness that he was able to repay them. Olga puts a supportive arm around him, asking if he's crying. Overwhelmed with emotion, Kurito insists that he is not crying. Olga grins, declaring that Howren Village is the best. He turns to Kurito with a wide, triumphant smile. Andre booms that tonight they must celebrate this momentous occasion. The villagers excitedly plan a potluck at Kurito's new home. Kurito's charming stone house stands ready for the village-wide party. The village chief, Ryloi, raises his glass for a toast. He leads a toast to the success of Howren Village's crops. Everyone shouts cheers as their glasses clink together in celebration. The house is packed with happy villagers, feasting and drinking together. From another angle, Olga leads a thunderous cheer, his mug held high. He takes a long, satisfying drink, surrounded by his happy neighbors. The women of the village bring out more delicious, home-cooked food. Kurito, Andre, and Nina laugh together, enjoying the festive atmosphere. Late that night, the party ends and the house is quiet. Kurito lets out a contented sigh as he wipes down a table. He relaxes on his sofa, grateful the village women helped clean. His thoughts drift back to the joyful events of the evening. He recalls seeing an old man being helped home by his wife. He muses that this is what a long, happy marriage looks like. He also remembers Andre being so drunk he had to be carried home. He realizes it's the first time since childhood he's had guests over. He steps out onto his porch to enjoy the quiet night. His expression is one of peaceful contemplation as he looks out. He decides to step outside to feel the cool night air. He looks up, amazed by the breathtaking, star-filled sky. He notes how clear and beautiful the sky is tonight. He takes a seat on the steps of his porch. He happily concludes his new two-base life has started wonderfully. He thinks of his fulfilling work with Emilio in the capital. He knows with certainty that his current life is truly fulfilling. He reflects on his past life, where work and relationships were burdens. That old, joyless existence had made everything in his life tasteless. Now, he vows to seize happiness with his new friends. A gentle, determined smile spreads across his face. He sits peacefully, looking out at the village he now calls home. The village church stands silently under the vast, starry expanse. He smiles, at peace with the path he has chosen. He resolves to continue his two-base life, feeling he'll have good dreams. The next morning, bright sunlight streams through the forest canopy. Kurito and Andre have hiked to a beautiful, secluded mountain stream. The clear water rushes over smooth stones, a perfect natural scene. A fish leaps from the water as Kurito points in amazement. He marvels at the splendid stream, perfect for a day of leisure. Andre notes that thanks to Kurito, they can visit anytime. He adds that as summer heats up, they'll catch delicious fish. Kurito is thrilled, asking if Andre will really teach him the best spots. Andre explains today is just a scouting trip before their afternoon work. He declares they should have some fun before their duties begin. With a sly grin, Andre asks if Kurito brought that thing. Kurito grins back mischievously, confirming that he certainly did. He reveals a portable cooking set and a magical fire-starting tool. He holds up a pot of pre-sliced vegetables, including lotus root. Andre presents a basket of fresh eggs and sausages for their meal. They praise the devilishly delicious combination of bread and Angelica's butter. Andre suggests they toast the bread, and Kurito readily agrees. Two pots sit over the crackling campfire, ready for their breakfast. Eggs, sausages, and bread sizzle, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Kurito notes it's cooking nicely, while Andre craves a morning drink. Andre reaches into the stream to retrieve their chilled beverages. A net full of cold cans emerges from the rushing water. Kurito and Andre plate their delicious, freshly cooked breakfast. Their plates are filled with sausages and lotus root, drinks ready to pour. They sit on folding chairs, enjoying their meal in the peaceful forest. Sunbeams stream through the tall trees, illuminating the idyllic campsite. Kurito takes a large, satisfying bite of the freshly toasted bread. He sighs that having breakfast in nature is the absolute best. He is momentarily startled by a sound from the stream. He watches as a fish leaps from the water nearby. A look of pure, unadulterated bliss comes over his face. He muses aloud that he doesn't feel like working anymore. Andre is shocked, asking if something bad happened at his job. Kurito explains that his job is fine, with good pay and freedom. He clarifies that this spot is just too comfortable to leave. Andre understands, admitting his own farm work has become much busier. Kurito worries that it's a burden, but Andre dismisses the thought. Andre explains it's a happy lament he gladly bears for his family. He concludes that's why they must cherish these moments of relaxation. Kurito wholeheartedly agrees with his friend's wise words. Andre decides it's time to head back after they finish eating. A panoramic view shows the vast, peaceful farmlands of Howren Village. With a soft sound, Kurito teleports them both back to the village. They arrive safely at Andre's house, where Stella greets them. Andre thanks Kurito for the ride and the wonderful breakfast. Andre prepares for his afternoon work, telling Kurito to greet his family. He finds it strange that Kurito works so hard in the capital. With a final shout, he encourages Kurito to do his best. Kurito smiles brightly and says he's off, preparing to teleport. Andre watches as Kurito vanishes in a shimmer of spatial magic. Some time has passed since Kurito's arrival, and it is now midsummer. He has grown completely accustomed to his life between two worlds. The capital and the country, once separate, are now connected by his magic. The Grand Emilio Company headquarters stands as a symbol of their success. Kurito teleports into his office, ready for another day of work. He greets his partner with a cheerful, "Good morning, Emilio." He finds Emilio sitting at his desk, staring quietly out the window. Emilio's expression is unusually serious and melancholic, lost in thought. Kurito is confused and concerned by his partner's strange mood. Emilio seems to snap out of his reverie, turning to face him. His serious face instantly breaks into a wide, charismatic grin, greeting Kurito. Kurito watches his partner, his expression a mixture of concern and suspicion. Emilio, looking exhausted, asks Kurito if he is all right and what is wrong. Kurito retorts that Emilio is clearly the one who is overworked from his job. Emilio's demeanor changes instantly, a brilliant smile appearing as he asks for a favor. Kurito's face sets into a mask of distrust. He flatly states it depends on the request. Emilio laments how cautious Kurito has become, but his partner insists it's only natural. Kurito angrily recalls his last favor, a dangerous solo mission in a monster-filled region. Emilio cheerfully points out the massive profit, admitting he would have been attacked otherwise. Emilio promises this request isn't so terrible, making Kurito realize he knows his past favors were bad. Kurito stands before the desk, asking what Emilio wants. His partner simply nods. Leaning forward eagerly, Emilio asks Kurito to take him to Howren Village. Kurito is taken aback by the request, repeating the village's name in surprise. Emilio explains that the village's produce is selling out, making them vital partners. He wants to meet the farmers face-to-face to build trust for future business. Kurito understands immediately, recognizing the importance of direct contact in this world. A diagram shows how business relies on letters and meetings without the internet. In a world of human connection, Kurito's teleportation magic is an incredible asset. Kurito feels a pang of guilt, realizing he should have thought of this himself. He thinks that since he brought them the deal, he should have proposed the meeting. Emilio gazes at his partner with a soft, understanding expression. He offers a small, almost imperceptible, reassuring smile. Emilio tells Kurito not to worry, praising him for being so diligent. He explains that since the produce is profitable, his request is only natural. Kurito smiles, thanking him and agreeing to take him to the village. Suddenly, Emilio is struck by a brilliant idea, a light bulb flashing above him. He suggests bringing a carriage full of gifts, but Kurito instantly shuts him down. Kurito warns that such an extravagant gesture would only cause a commotion. He understands Emilio's reasoning for the trip, but he is still worried. Kurito begins to seriously wonder if introducing his flashy partner is a good idea. He looks away, a thoughtful and slightly concerned expression on his face. Emilio stands by the window, looking unusually subdued and pensive. Kurito watches him, a flicker of concern in his own eyes. He suggests they could handle the business another time, but Emilio seems troubled. Kurito points out that since he's always there, they can visit the village anytime. Emilio insists on going now to build trust, acknowledging the villagers' kindness. His eyes are filled with a quiet determination as he agrees it's the right choice. Emilio decides they should at least bring small gifts, considering the villagers' tastes. With that, he grabs his coat and turns to his partner with a request. Emilio smiles warmly, asking if Kurito will come shopping with him. On a busy city street, surrounded by beautiful architecture, Kurito agrees. They wander through a vibrant market, its stalls overflowing with fresh fruit. At a sweet stall, they point at the various treats on display. Kurito looks surprised as he holds a treat, with a smiling Emilio beside him. A view of a classic, half-timbered building rises against a cloudy sky. Emilio holds out a sweet treat in a cone, offering it to a surprised Kurito. He smiles, saying it's a small reward for accompanying him on a shopping trip. Emilio suggests they head out after eating, which Kurito finds to be a rare sight. They sit by a fountain, Kurito remarking that a break before a big job is nice. Emilio jokes Kurito will get mobbed in the village, prompting a tease about monopolizing him. Emilio clarifies he wants to monopolize Kurito's magic, but he also values their friendship. Kurito looks at him with a warm, open, and friendly expression. Emilio appears to be in good spirits, but Kurito knows it is just a facade. Kurito reflects that he has never once seen his partner actually take a break from work. He knows that even for a workaholic, Emilio is pushing himself too hard and must be tired. Kurito takes a bite, hoping this trip will let his friend relax. They sit in quiet companionship by the fountain, a moment of peace before their journey. The caption announces Emilio's trip to the village as he looks on wearily. At the village gate, Kurito introduces Emilio to a shocked guard. Emilio gives a charming smile, introducing himself as the president of his company. The guard is flustered by the important visitor. Kurito sighs that Emilio stands out. A villager asks if this is Kurito's magic, and he cheerfully confirms it is. The villager marvels at the cost of a trip to the capital. The guard directs them to the fields, and Kurito thanks him. As they walk, Emilio observes that Kurito gets along well with the villagers. Kurito agrees they're all good people, telling Emilio to stop his smug look. Emilio gazes at the scenery, his expression thoughtful and observant. He notes that he, too, came to the village without making a bad face. Emilio remarks on how unusually open and welcoming the villagers are to outsiders. He explains that many rural communities are hostile, a comment Kurito finds harsh. Kurito reflects that he has noticed this trend while teleporting Emilio around. He realizes his fond memories of this village are strong because of their kindness. Kurito turns to his partner with a grand, open-armed gesture. He proudly announces, "Welcome to Howard Village." Emilio looks on as leaves swirl in the wind, taking in the serene atmosphere. A breathtaking, panoramic view of Howard Village unfolds before them. Kurito smiles, happy to be able to share this special place with his friend. Emilio's eyes widen slightly, captivated by the peaceful beauty of the landscape. He praises the village for its nature, food, and its calm, open people. He smiles softly, understanding completely why Kurito has chosen to live here. Kurito beams with pride, happy that his friend sees the village's charm. He admits he's pleased to hear such praise from the shrewd Emilio. Emilio suggests they go meet the farmers, and Kurito readily agrees. Kurito decides to take him to Andre's house first, since they grow leeks. Emilio notes that Kurito is well taken care of, and he agrees enthusiastically. In the distance, they spot two young women working in a field. Emilio turns on his charm, greeting the women with a dazzling, flower-filled smile. The two women are instantly smitten, blushing and swooning at the sight of him. Emilio laughs at their cute reaction, but Corito frantically tells him to stop. Corito warns him not to do that, Andres, as a simple smile could cause trouble. He explains the family's overprotective nature, warning they'll lose their leek supply. Corito sighs, worrying that his city boy partner is too much for Nina. Emilio's playful expression vanishes, replaced by one of sharp sincerity. He reassures Corito he won't trouble the people he cares about. They arrive at a rustic cottage, and Corito calls out a greeting to Nina. Nina recognizes Corito, but looks at the handsome stranger with shy curiosity. The three of them stand together in a moment of comedic, awkward silence. Emilio, bewildered, asks Corito why he isn't interested in women his own age. Corito asks Nina to fetch her parents, and she happily runs off to get them. Emilio remarks on their closeness, and Corito warns him not to repeat his mistake. A final, peaceful shot shows flowers climbing the wall of the country cottage. Andre and Stella are stunned by the unexpected arrival of their important guests. The charismatic young man introduces himself as Emilio, president of the Emilio Company. He explains his desire to personally greet the farmers who grow his produce. Andre remarks that the Emilio Company's fame has reached even their remote village. Feigning humility, Emilio is honored, as Andre notes their meteoric rise in business. Andre marvels aloud that such an incredibly young man is a company president. The villagers thank them for coming, amazed by Corito's instant travel magic. Emilio quietly comments to Corito on the kindness of the Howard village people. Andre thanks Corito, admitting they were curious about who sold their crops. He proudly introduces himself as Andre and his wife, Stella, the local farmers. In the background, their daughter Nina is seen diligently carrying a water bucket. Emilio praises their leeks, noting their magnificent size and quality are truly superb. Intrigued, Emilio politely asks if he could see how they cultivate them. Andre happily invites them on a tour of the farm, insisting they stay. He then offers to show them the other village farms, which Emilio accepts. Corito admires Emilio's smooth talking, which has charmed the farmers instantly. Emilio jokes to Corito that he's actually bad with words and must learn. Corito knows this is just false modesty. His partner's worry is unnecessary. The village rests peacefully in a valley at the base of a grand cliff. Tall, healthy crops stand in the fields, ready for the upcoming harvest season. The farmers go about their daily lives, their work tied to the land. Their charming, rustic farmhouse is a testament to their simple, hard-working life. Emilio heartily downs a refreshing drink, slamming the glass down with a thud. He joyfully declares it delicious and immediately demands another glass be poured. The other villagers are impressed, remarking on the young man's strong constitution. Emilio boasts that he travels the world, drinking while conducting his business. A tipsy Andre cheers him on, while Corito worries he's getting too comfortable. Corito watches the rowdy party, feeling it goes beyond simple relationship building. He worries that Andre's drunken behavior will surely earn him Stella's anger. The party is interrupted by Olga, who presents a platter of tomato dishes. The table is suddenly covered with an array of vibrant tomato-based appetizers. Olga insists that if they sell his crops, they must understand their taste. The other farmers agree, realizing the simple wisdom in the young man's words. Corito watches, amused, as Olga's passion inspires the other villagers to join. He happily accepts his role as the official taste tester for the impromptu feast. Emilio examines the first dish, a whole roasted tomato with melted cheese. Olga notes that cooking tomatoes is unusual, but Emilio asks if he's tried it. He explains that cooking enhances the flavor, with cheese as the perfect partner. With eager anticipation, both Corito and Emilio take their first delicious bite. Corito shouts in delight, as Emilio calmly praises the exquisite flavor balance. Olga proudly adds that his tomatoes are not only delicious, but also healthy. Corito excitedly declares he wants to eat them daily and buy them by the case. Emilio observes that Olga truly knows the best way to enjoy his tomatoes. Olga smugly agrees, a look of pure, unadulterated satisfaction on his face. Kurito pauses for a moment, a thoughtful expression as an idea begins to form. He turns to his friends, his expression suddenly serious as he prepares to speak. He asks a critical question. What name will they use to sell the produce? The question confuses Olga, but Emilio instantly understands its great importance. Olga looks on in shock as Emilio suddenly stands, a grand plan taking shape. Emilio announces with a brilliant smile that this is precisely why he came. He declares that selling such amazing produce without a brand is a terrible waste. Kurito agrees. A brand name is essential for establishing their product's value. He recalls famous regional brands from his old world, like Yubari melons. Olga is stunned, realizing he was blind to this crucial marketing detail. Emilio, ever prepared, announces he has already thought of some naming ideas. He cheerfully insists they decide immediately, much to Olga's frantic surprise. A drunken Andre complains from the side that the merchant is being unreasonable. Olga protests that they cannot possibly come up with a proper name so suddenly. Emilio explains that using the place of origin is a common naming practice. Kurito's mind races with possibilities, connecting the place name to the product. He gleefully suggests Olga Tomato, causing Olga to erupt in horrified refusal. While the villagers find it charming, Olga is mortified by the embarrassing idea. Emilio thoughtfully considers it, though he concedes Howard Tomato also works. Olga argues that a generic name would dilute his own personal tomato brand. He clutches his head, caught in a frustrating branding dilemma of his own making. Overwhelmed, he turns away from the others, muttering that he's thinking now. He stands frozen, arms crossed, mentally wrestling with a difficult decision. He finally cries out in anguish that Olga Tomato is now stuck in his head. Night falls over the village, blanketing the charming farmhouse in peaceful quiet. The new brand names are decided, mixing descriptive and regional labels. Kurito tidies up the room, feeling full and content after the grand feast. He recalls how Olga's face turned as red as a tomato during the debate. A slight noise from the balcony suddenly catches his undivided attention. He finds Emilio standing alone, gazing out at the peaceful night sky. Kurito quietly calls out to his partner, breaking the silent darkness. He offers a cup of warm mugwort tea, which Emilio gratefully accepts. The brilliant full moon hangs in the sky, surrounded by countless stars. Two warm cups rest on the railing, a silent toast to their hard work. Kurito asks if Emilio is tired, but his partner insists it was fun. Emilio looks over the peaceful landscape, remarking on the village's tranquil charm. Kurito agrees, noting one can live at their own pace, free from pressure. Kurito's enthusiastic agreement seems to strike a deep chord within Emilio. Kurito excitedly suggests Emilio move here too, an offer his partner quickly refuses. Emilio quietly concedes, however, that his friend does have a good point. The scene flashes back to a busy street in the capital of Zifril. Suddenly, a crumpled piece of trash is thrown, narrowly missing Emilio's face. They turn to see a disgruntled, older merchant glaring at them from afar. The man scoffs, spitting the name Emilio Company with utter disdain. He accuses them of ruining his business, a baseless and petty grudge. Emilio's expression turns to ice, his patience wearing thin with the insults. Back on the balcony, Emilio dismisses the memory as the price of fame. He turns to Kurito, sensing his friend's concern over the unpleasant encounter. He correctly guesses that Kurito, being a kind person, is worried about it. He advises his friend that it's better to remain ignorant of such ugliness. Emilio says that coming here and meeting the farmers has renewed his conviction. His passion reignited. He declares his company is destined for greater things. He grins, saying he won't be confined to the capital. Retirement is far away. Kurito is impressed by his partner's relentless and hungry ambition for success. He smiles, acknowledging that this is the true nature of Emilio at work. Emilio smiles, suggesting he might return here for a respite when things get tough. Kurito looks back over his shoulder at the quiet, melancholic Raphilia. He offers her a gentle, reassuring smile, hoping to lift her spirits. He promises to bring her here anytime, a kind offer that surprises her. Later, Kurito smirks at Emilio, stating he will definitely charge a fee. Emilio teases him about a friendship discount, but Kurito adamantly refuses. Emilio announces it's time to return, surprising Kurito, who thought he'd stay. He points out that with Kurito's magic, the return trip is instantaneous. Kurito admits he's eager to get back to his mountain of work. Emilio understands, and Howren Village sleeps under the light of a full moon. The next morning, Kurito sighs while weeding his garden by hand. A cheerful voice calls out as Nina appears on his garden fence. She correctly guesses he is weeding, and he confirms with a smile. He thinks to himself that the tedious chore is still quite charming. With boundless energy, Nina enthusiastically offers to lend him a hand. Kurito is stunned by her kindness, but she happily confirms her offer. She proudly boasts that she is very fast when it comes to weeding. She immediately proves her claim, yanking weeds with incredible speed. He is impressed by her perfect technique, pulling them up by the root. Inspired by her diligence, he resolves not to be outdone by her. The sun climbs higher in the bright, cloud-filled summer sky. Their teamwork pays off, leaving the garden plot perfectly cleared. They cheer, celebrating that they finished much earlier than expected. But the effort has taken a painful toll on Kurito's lower back. He fans himself, noting the intense morning heat of the village. He sincerely thanks Nina for helping him despite the sweltering heat. She responds with a radiant smile, saying he is very welcome. Kurito is deeply moved, thinking to himself that she is an angel. Seeing how sweaty they are, he offers to get them some water. He cheerfully invites her to come inside his house and cool down. Nina dashes off, saying she'll be right back with her basket. He realizes she was on her way to gather firewood before helping him. To repay her kindness, he offers to help with her firewood gathering. He adds that he needs some for his own magic stove anyway. They head back inside his comfortable, rustic home for a break. Inside, Kurito magically produces a metal bucket filled with clinking ice. Nina exclaims that the cold drink is reviving her from the heat. She marvels at his house having ice, a rare summer luxury. She presses the cool glass against her cheek, enjoying the sensation. Kurito chuckles at her pure, childlike reaction to the simple pleasure. With their thirst quenched, Kurito suggests it's time to set off. Nina stretches, mustering her energy, not wanting to worry her mother. Just as they are about to leave, Kurito has another thoughtful idea. He calls out her name, and she turns with a curious expression. He gently presses a chilled, rolled-up towel against her cheek. She yelps at the cold as he suggests she wear it around her neck. He even offers her some ice to eat, and she thanks him gratefully. The summer air is filled with the loud, droning song of cicadas. They walk together down a sun-dappled path into the forest. He notes that there isn't much firewood left on the ground here. He deduces this safe area is the first place everyone checks. He decides they will teleport deeper, much to Nina's delight. They arrive in a secluded area by a rushing mountain stream. Kurito carefully makes his way along the rocky, uneven ground. Nina cheers, seeing the ground is covered with plenty of fallen branches. He realizes this cool spot by the stream is a useful discovery. He thinks to himself that he must be careful with his magic. He knows Nina's curiosity means he can't be careless with his powers. He tells her to gather as much as she wants. He'll carry it. He opens a swirling portal, telling her to place the wood inside. She happily tosses the firewood into the shimmering, dark void. She marvels at the strange feeling of the wood simply disappearing. He assures her it's safe, and she is impressed by his adaptability. Nina suggests they search for edible mushrooms on their way back. He asks if Professor Nina is an expert on edible mushrooms. He asks her to teach him, and she happily agrees to the request. She eagerly leads the way, telling him to hurry up and follow her. They venture deeper into the forest under a thick canopy of leaves. They reflect on how fulfilling their morning has been, despite the time. He suggests a rest, and Nina eagerly requests to have some ice. They head back to the comfort of Kurito's village home. Their boots are left neatly in the entryway, a sign of comfort. He serves her a tall, inviting glass of iced tea. She asks what the drink is, identifying it as barley tea. He explains it is a chilled black tea sold in the capital. She notes its pleasant aroma is very different from mugwort tea. She takes a long, refreshing drink as Kurito watches her reaction. She bluntly states that it isn't sweet, a very childlike observation. However, she adds that it is surprisingly easy to drink. He reveals that it pairs perfectly with sweet things, opening a tin. The box is filled with cookies, and Nina's eyes go wide with wonder. She takes a delicate, crunchy bite while Kurito watches on. Her expression melts into one of pure, unadulterated bliss. She exclaims how delicious it is, glad that he likes the treat. She declares this is a much better way to enjoy the tea. A thoughtful, almost sad expression crosses Nina's face. She quietly says there are so many things she doesn't know about. Kurito instantly realizes his mistake, feeling a pang of guilt. He thinks he may have boasted too much to the innocent girl. He feels a wave of regret for his thoughtlessness. Nina remains quiet, lost in her own thoughts of the capital. On impulse, he asks if she would like to go there now. He immediately wonders what on earth he just said. Nina's head snaps up, her eyes wide with disbelief. Kurito is flustered, realizing the weight of his spontaneous offer. Her face then explodes into a radiant, star-filled smile of pure joy. She squeals with delight, saying it's like a dream come true. Her excitement halts as she remembers she needs her father's permission. With a determined sparkle in her eye, she agrees to the condition. She dashes out the door, vowing to secure permission immediately. He watches her go, amazed by her admirable sense of duty. Kurito's mind conjures a terrifying image of Andre's overprotective, absolute rage. He sighs, realizing he will simply have to give up on the idea. Suddenly, a cheerful voice calls his name. It's Nina and Stella at his door. Kurito is completely stunned by their sudden, and very prepared, appearance. He nervously asks Stella if she has informed Andre about their little plan. Stella smiles brightly, explaining her wish for Nina to see the wider world. She believes these childhood experiences will become priceless treasures for Nina's future. Kurito is overwhelmed by her faith, feeling unworthy of such immense trust. With a reassuring smile, Stella promises she will handle her husband's reaction. She then formally asks Kurito to please take care of Nina for the day. Kurito is deeply moved, understanding this decision is purely for Nina's sake. He thinks to himself that Nina is lucky to have such a wonderful mother. His own resolve hardens as he accepts the profound responsibility she has given him. He vows to create the most wonderful memories for her precious daughter. He formally accepts the duty of looking after her daughter for the day. Just as they are about to leave, Stella remembers one last detail. Kurito worries about being killed upon return, but Stella says she'll handle Andre. He is ready to go, but Stella and Nina stop him. Nina insists she must fix her sweaty hair and change into a stylish outfit. Kurito and Stella are momentarily stunned by her sudden display of youthful vanity. Stella laughs warmly, asking him to please wait just a little longer. He realizes with a smile that even at 10, a girl is still a girl. He decides that he should probably get changed into something nicer as well. Looking out from his house, Kurito decides he should change his clothes too. Nina emerges from the doorway, looking completely transformed in her lovely new outfit. She turns to Kurito, shyly asking him what he thinks of her new look. With a worried expression, she asks if her outfit looks strange. Kurito is speechless for a moment, trying to find the right words. He is struck by how much she resembles her beautiful mother, Stella. Nina presses him again, her anxiety growing as she asks if it's weird. He quickly reassures her that she looks amazing and not strange at all. She wonders aloud if she will stick out too much in the capital. He enthusiastically declares she is prettier than any girl in the entire city. He thinks to himself that she was already an incredibly cute kid to begin with. Nina beams, remarking on how much girls can change when they dress up. Kurito jokes that if he dressed this nicely, he would be very popular. Nina pragmatically points out that such clothes are impractical for farm work. He muses that this kind of outfit is for special days like festivals. She admits that while it suits him, it's a bit of a shame. He imagines Andre would have a fit if he dressed like this every day. Stella watches them, happy that her daughter is so excited for the trip. Nina fusses over her hair, but Stella reassures her that it looks fine. Stella gently chides them, asking if they are just going to dally. Nina panics, realizing they are wasting the precious time they have. She grabs Kurito's hand, pulling him towards the door, eager to finally go. Just before they leave, Stella calls out to Kurito one last time. She bows deeply, formally entrusting her daughter to his care for the day. Kurito smiles warmly, telling her with confidence to leave it all to him. Nina waves goodbye to her mother, promising to bring back a souvenir. Stella waves them off, reminding Nina to stay close to Kurito. In a dizzying flash of warped space, Kurito teleports them away. They arrive high above Zephril, a sprawling city of countless rooftops. The camera pans across the cityscape, focusing on a grand clock tower. On the ground, the streets are a river of people from all walks of life. Kurito and Nina materialize in a busy alleyway, having finally arrived. Nina's face is a perfect mask of pure, unadulterated wonder and excitement. A close-up of her eye reveals the city's wonders reflected within its depths. She looks up at the magnificent, multi-spired castle dominating the skyline. Both she and Kurito stare up at the grand architecture in shared awe. They stand before a large, ornate fountain, the castle looming behind them. Kurito holds her hand as they gaze up at the towering clock tower. Nina looks around, her expression one of quiet, captivated awe. For a moment, she seems nervous, her bangs covering her eyes as she looks down. Kurito worries that the bustling city might be too overwhelming for her. But she suddenly erupts with joy, shouting that it's the real capital. Kurito sighs in relief, realizing his worries were completely unnecessary. Nina points up, exclaiming with delight at how incredibly tall the buildings are. She gestures to the street, amazed by the sheer number of fashionable shops. She looks at the diverse crowds, marveling at all the different people. Kurito observes with a smile how overjoyed she is by every little thing. He reflects on her reaction, considering the city from her fresh perspective. He notes her incredible curiosity and her complete lack of fear. He realizes that everything she sees must look so new and fresh to her. She skips with excitement, and he gently reminds her not to wander off. He smiles, watching her boundless energy with a fond, amused expression. He recalls his own first day in this world, how new everything felt. Back then, he remembers his own excitement had outweighed his anxiety. He realizes Nina is feeling just as he did, only with even more excitement. Nina stands before the clock tower, looking up at it in complete awe. She exclaims again how tall it is, and he confirms its identity. He explains that it uses magic to keep time for the busy capital. She thinks the city folk are diligent, but he prefers the slow country pace. He asks what she wants to do, but she is suddenly distracted. A beautiful, shimmering butterfly made of light flutters past her. She marvels at its beauty, and he explains it is a simple illusion spell. Their attention is drawn to a street magician gathering a crowd of children. The magician tips his hat, announcing the start of his wonderful illusion show. He holds up his empty top hat with a grand, theatrical flourish. A torrent of beautiful flowers pours out, delighting the captivated children. The magician spreads his arms wide as flowers erupt from his hat. A flower lands gently in Nina's hair as she watches with pure joy. Petals rain down on the square as children play happily in the fountain. Nina catches a lily, her face glowing as she calls it beautiful. She declares that the capital is amazing and filled with happy magic. Kurito agrees, happy that he was able to bring her this much joy. Nina suddenly realizes something, her expression turning serious for a moment. Kurito playfully boasts that his own teleportation magic is pretty amazing too. She laughs, agreeing his magic is cool, but calls him a show-off. Kurito smiles, asking if she wants to stay in the square any longer. He asks if there is anywhere in particular she would like to go. With their tour of Zephyr underway, Nina suggests they find a place that sells food. Kurito asks why, and Nina cheerfully explains that food is the easiest thing to understand. He thoughtfully agrees, realizing the vast, unfamiliar capital could be overwhelming for her. Food, he muses, is a familiar touchstone, a universal language even in a new world. With a smile, he agrees to take her to the central market, and Nina cheers. As they walk, Nina suddenly points, having spotted a massive lizard man in the crowd. Kurito is impressed she knows what they are. She proudly says she read about them in a book. She exclaims with pure wonder that this is her first time seeing one for real. Nina decides they are both cool and cute. Kurito adds that some are more human-like. An image of the beast-eared Kusha and other adventurers illustrates the variety of races. Kurito notes it must be a rare sight for her, and Nina hopes to see more. He tells her they'll see many near the Adventurers Guild, though the area is a bit rough. Suddenly, a gruff voice calls out, recognizing Kurito as the teleportation guy. The two beastmen turn, their faces breaking into smiles of recognition. Nina looks up at them, curiously repeating the nickname she just heard. One of the beastmen, Waldorf, asks if Nina is Kurito's child, which he quickly denies. The other, Gardolf, jokes that she's far too cute to be related to Kurito. Nina is delighted to learn they are Kurito's friends, and he confirms they are colleagues. Waldorf asks for a teleportation ride to the guild for their next job. Nina is impressed by how much they rely on him, which makes Kurito feel a bit proud. Gardolf, the wolfman, turns his full, sparkling attention to the starstruck Nina. He leans down, kindly asking if this is her first time seeing other races. She nods. He offers to let her touch his fur, and Nina's face explodes with joy. Gardolf agrees, but warns her to avoid his tail and stomach. She thanks him earnestly. Nina reaches out, her small hands sinking into the thick fur on his arm. Against a background of flowers, she buries her face in his fur, sighing that it's so fluffy. As she enjoys the fluffiness, Waldorf comments on how cute she is. Kurito beams with the pride of a doting guardian, which Waldorf teases him for. Nina looks up, asking if she can't touch his tail, even though it's not a forbidden spot. Kurito mischievously asks to touch it too, but Gardolf snarls that he is absolutely not allowed. The Wolfman explains that Kurito only gets tail privileges when he's drunk and begging. Waldorf then offers to let Nina touch his scales, and she happily agrees. She touches his chest, marveling at how smooth and incredible the scales feel. Kurito smiles, noting that Waldorf is often feared by children, so this is a nice change. Nina tells the massive lizard man his kindness is his greatest charm, making him happy. Waldorf asks about Kurito's business, mentioning Helena and her party miss his services. He tells Kurito to stop by the guild soon, as they'll have more work for him. He gives Nina a friendly pat on the head, telling her to visit again. The two beastmen promise to introduce her to more of their friends on her next visit. Kurito thanks them as he and a happy Nina wave goodbye. Nina remarks on how kind his colleagues were. He admits they were extra nice for her. She realizes with awe that Kurito has many friends and does many different jobs. She looks up at him with shining eyes, amazed at how many people rely on him. Kurito smiles warmly, agreeing with her heartfelt sentiment. He tells her that being needed by others is a truly wonderful thing. He reflects on his adventure friends who were so kind when he first arrived. In his old life, he had become isolated, but now knows money isn't everything. He resolves to cherish his connections and asks Nina if she's ready for the market. A grand view of the capital's timber-frame buildings is shown, the castle looming behind. As they walk, Nina points at everything, her senses completely captivated by the city. An overhead view shows the main market street, bustling with shoppers and merchants. Their feet step onto the cobblestones, officially entering the market square. The market is a vibrant scene, with women browsing stalls piled high with fresh fruit. A flower vendor calls out to customers, her stall a riot of colorful blossoms. Corrido and Nina enter the crowded market lane, Nina exclaiming in wonder. She's amazed by the number of shops, asking if they all sell food. Corrido confirms it. Nina realizes the capital is where all the region's ingredients gather, awed by the concept. She says she's never seen so much food sold in one place. Corrido briefly wonders how Howard Village gets its supplies, guessing it's from traveling merchants. He smiles to himself, thinking how overwhelming this must be for her. His thoughts are interrupted by Nina calling out, having spotted a fish with a strange face. Corrido explains it's a fish from the sea, a place Nina has only heard of. He is again impressed by her studiousness. She giggles, asking if he's from the sea. Nina sees the price tag and shrieks, asking if it really costs 8 silver coins. He explains the high cost of magical refrigeration and transport, which Nina finds harsh. A nearby vendor chimes in, explaining it's cheaper at the port, but travel costs more. A light bulb goes off for Nina. She asks if this is how Corrido's business works. Corrido is amazed she figured it out, praising her cleverness. She says she understands now. He muses that she's surprisingly sharp and might be well suited for city life someday. Really? She asks, her eyes wide with the possibility. She grabs his arm, asking if she could make a living in the capital when she's older. Corrido is taken aback, realizing she might want to leave the village one day. She admits she doesn't know for sure, which leaves him relieved but thoughtful. She explains she'd always assumed she would just grow vegetables, but now sees other possibilities. Corrido looks down at her, a serious, contemplative expression on his face. He recalls the village chief's words about the youth being drawn to the cities. He remembers that Greg and Tyra weren't the only ones to leave Howard Village. He realizes that Nina won't be a child forever and might one day make that choice. He places a hand on her head, feeling a bit lonely at the thought. He resolved to support her when that day comes, though he hopes it's far away. His deep thoughts are interrupted as Nina calls his name. She excitedly points to a vegetable stall, eager to go look. She runs ahead, chanting vegetables. Corrido smiles, glad she's still a child for now. As she looks at the produce, her eye catches something familiar. Huh, what's that? She points to a crate of leeks, asking if that's what they are. He confirms it. She then loudly asks why they're so small, shocking Corrido with her bluntness. The elderly vendor whirls around, angrily scolding her for being rude about his fine produce. Nina tries to argue, but Corrido quickly steps in and apologizes. He grabs Nina, telling the vendor to listen to what the strange child has to say. The shopkeeper is taken aback by Corrido's sudden interjection, momentarily speechless. He calms down, apologizing for getting heated with the child. Nina is confused. Corrido gently leads a quiet and crestfallen Nina away from the stall. Against the backdrop of the city's architecture, Nina asks if she said something strange. They stop by a bench, and Corrido reassures her that what she said wasn't strange. She looks down sadly, noting that he had to apologize on her behalf. Corrido pauses for a moment, then begins to explain the situation to her. He tells her that neither she nor the shopkeeper was wrong in what they said. He explains that the leeks from Howard Village are, without a doubt, the most magnificent. However, he continues, those leeks don't grow everywhere, and the shopkeeper didn't know them. He tells her that while the capital's leeks seemed small to her, they are what's considered normal here. Corrido reassures Nina, saying their different perspectives are just something to learn from. A vertical panel transition emphasizes the moment. Nina feels bad for being harsh, comparing it to someone insulting her own leeks. Kurito brightly suggests they explore the other vegetables available in the capital. Seeing this as a learning opportunity, Nina enthusiastically agrees, wanting to see everything. Kurito gently pats her head as she thanks him for the wonderful day. Beaming with pure joy, Nina says all these new discoveries are so much fun. Kurito reflects that while thoughtful experiences are important, the main goal is to simply have fun, suggesting they explore the large market. Nina clutches her stomach with a laugh, announcing that she's suddenly hungry. Kurito muses that after so much walking, he asks what she'd like to eat. Nina hesitates for a moment, thinking about her answer. With sparkling eyes, she asks if they could go somewhere a little fancy. Kurito, holding an ice cream, looks puzzled, thinking she's just hungry. He realizes with a start that Nina has made a very city-like request. In Howren Village, there are no restaurants, making a fancy cafe a child's dream. Determined to make her wish come true, Kurito steals his resolve. All right, he thinks. Nina is thrilled, asking if they can go right away. She excitedly asks him to lead the way, but Kurito begins to sweat. His mind goes completely and utterly blank. He panics, realizing he knows no fashionable shops, as Nina looks on curiously. He admits to himself he's a loner who has no idea where to take a girl. Wishing for a smartphone, he frets about finding a suitable, welcoming place. The formal business restaurants and rowdy guild taverns are both completely unsuitable options. Suddenly, an idea strikes him with a flash of brilliance. He pictures the perfect place, elegant, relaxed, and with a delicious lunch. Nina timidly asks if her request was perhaps too much to ask. Kurito turns to her with a new plan, asking if his house would be okay. Nina is stunned, then remembers with a gasp that he has a home here, too. He enthusiastically describes the restaurant-quality food his maids can cook and the lovely view. Nina is completely won over, cheering that she wants to see his other house. Kurito smiles, pleased that his plan has been decided. He takes her hand, telling her to wait for just a moment. In a flash of light, they teleport to a high balcony overlooking the city. The vast, breathtaking cityscape of Zephril stretches out before them. Leaning over the railing, Nina exclaims that the view is incredible. Kurito tells her he'll be right back after letting his staff know to prepare. He worries about leaving her, but knows Elsa will need time to get ready. Deciding to be quick, he teleports away before Nina can get bored. He and Nina then walk down a quiet, beautiful cobblestone street. They arrive before an enormous, stately mansion with a grand fountain. Peering through the ornate iron gates, they take in the impressive residence. Nina whispers in awe, asking if it's a castle, but Kurito reassures her. She excitedly points out the magnificent fountain in his front yard. Kurito pushes open the heavy doors, announcing that he is home. Elsa and the other maids greet him with a perfectly synchronized bow. Maids! Nina gasps as Kurito explains they manage the mansion. Elsa formally introduces herself as the head maid, taking them under her care. The bright-eyed maid, Arsh, is introduced. The quiet, sleepy-eyed maid, Lulua, is introduced. The cheerful, braided maid, Rasha, is introduced. Elsa informs Nina that they will be in charge of her care for the day. Nina, sparkling with excitement, gives a sharp salute and introduces herself. Elsa is momentarily taken aback by the girl's boisterous energy. She recovers with a faint, warm smile, welcoming their young guest. Kurito is surprised, noting that Elsa seems to have a soft spot for children. Rasha steps forward to guide them to the dining room. As they walk, Nina asks why Kurito isn't taking his shoes off. He explains with a smile that in his city house, shoes are fine indoors. Nina happily enters the foyer, formally announcing her visit. Elsa quietly remarks to Kurito that Nina is a very bright young lady. Kurito proudly agrees that she is a very good kid. Elsa then calmly refers to Nina as Kurito's lover. Kurito lets out a single, baffled sound of confusion. He sputters in disbelief as Elsa asks if she is mistaken. Elsa explains Emilio told her of Corrido's close friend, making him curse his partner. He frantically tries to explain that it is a complete misunderstanding. Elsa presses, asking why he is so defensive if nothing is going on. Corrido points out their 17-year age gap, but Elsa seems unfazed. She explains that in noble society, such age differences are common. He insists their relationship is nothing of the sort, and Elsa calmly accepts it. Corrido glares into the middle distance, silently fuming at Emilio. He calls over the cheerful maid, Rasha. Rasha politely asks what she can do for him. He asks her if he really looks like someone who would like little girls. Rasha's awkward, stammering reaction is the most devastating response of all. Nina gasps in wonder as they enter the dining room. The room is vast and elegant, and Nina exclaims how spacious it is. She jumps on the plush carpet, saying it's like a castle, then falls silent. Elsa appears, informing them that lunch is ready and asking to serve it. Corrido tells Nina to take a seat, as the food is coming right away. Nina sits primly at the head of the enormous table, looking very small. She fidgets in her seat, wiggling with pure, uncontained excitement. The smooth sound of serving carts' wheels echoes through the room. Rasha and Lulua push the cart forward with warm smiles. A silver cloche is placed on the table directly in front of Nina. With a flourish, Elsa lifts the lid to reveal the meal. Nina's eyes widen, reflecting the magnificent spread before her. A beautiful lunch of a galette, mussels, salad, and bread is revealed. It looks so delicious, Nina breathes as Arsh stands by. Arsh recites the fancy menu, leaving Nina adorably dumbfounded by the unfamiliar names. Corrido laughs as Nina exclaims that she's never seen or heard of such food. He marvels at the casually luxurious meal they prepared for her. He turns to give his thanks to Elsa. He whispers his gratitude for preparing such a feast on short notice. Elsa replies that they are always prepared for such events. Corrido thinks to himself that her competence is as perfect as ever. Rasha offers cider, but Corrido requests juice, as Nina is too young for alcohol. Nina overhears the offer of cider, her curiosity piqued. Corrido dismisses the maids, telling them they can go for now. Elsa bows with her eyes closed, formally acknowledging her master's instructions. As Elsa exits, Corrido and Nina sit at the grand dining table. Nina lets out a huge sigh, slumping back in her chair with relief. She confesses to Corrido that she was incredibly nervous around the beautiful maid. Corrido admits he's still not used to Elsa, which shocks a starry-eyed Nina. Nina insists he looked perfectly calm, but he says he's just getting better. Corrido laments his commoner's mentality and used to giving orders, which makes Nina laugh. He looks at Nina and says he's glad, though she seems confused by this. She explains that he seemed like a stranger, but now she sees he's her usual Corrido. Her heartfelt words bring a warm, gentle smile to Corrido's face. He declares that he is still himself, and this magnificent mansion is his home. He tells her not to worry about manners and to just enjoy the meal. Against the backdrop of the mansion, they both joyfully decide to eat. In the foyer, Elsa approaches Corrido with something to give him. She hands him a folded paper, explaining it is a list of shops for Nina. Elsa suggests it might be helpful if he's unsure where to take her. The elegant script on the list details boutiques, accessory stores, and glass artisans. Elsa adds that there is a map, and Corrido is amazed by her competence. He thanks her sincerely, admitting this is a huge help for him. He informs her they will be returning to Howran Village after their outing. Corrido calls to Nina in the drawing room, telling her it's time to go. Nina approaches them, hesitantly calling out to get their attention. With a bright, happy face, she exclaims that the food was incredibly delicious. She wishes her parents could have tried all the new things she ate. Elsa gives a rare, warm smile, saying Nina is too kind. She then informs a shocked Nina that she has packed the leftovers for her. Corrido adds that his magic will keep the food perfectly fresh and safe. Overwhelmed with joy, Nina gives them a radiant and heartfelt thank you. Elsa assures her that her parents will be delighted, which Kurito happily seconds. Kurito thinks bringing her was the right decision as Elsa invites them again. Kurito announces their departure, and Nina quietly agrees. Elsa and the other maids bow deeply, wishing them a safe journey. Nina waves enthusiastically, shouting her thanks to the maids as she leaves. She continues to wave back at the staff standing at the mansion's gate. The scene shifts to the elegant, spired architecture of the capital's shopping district. The view focuses on the ornate, multi-story buildings of the wealthy area. They step into a charming, covered arcade bustling with fashionable shoppers. Nina is completely captivated by the new sights, letting out a gasp of wonder. She gazes up at a beautiful storefront, amazed by its design. The elegant details of the shops, with their awnings and flower boxes, are highlighted. Nina happily exclaims that there are so many cute shops all around them. Kurito admits his surprise, having never known this place existed. He stands in an alley, taking in the unfamiliar but stylish district. The architecture is described as calm and detailed, appealing to women. Kurito thinks this area is out of his league, but Elsa is certainly stylish. Nina gently tugs on Kurito's shirt, getting his attention. She asks if they have time to just wander down the street for a bit. Kurito smiles, agreeing, as Nina thinks he must like such places. He tells her it's fine, as he wants to look around more too. Nina happily skips ahead, leading the way down the fashionable street. Ornate ironwork and a glass ceiling create a beautiful shopping environment. Kurito and Nina stroll through the arcade, enjoying the lively atmosphere. Two women can be seen looking out a nearby shop window. A close-up shows an elegant sign on a shop's front door. Nina presses her hands to a window, captivated by a miniature glass dress. Both Kurito and Nina stare, mesmerized by the beautiful glasswork display. Kurito notes this is the shop Elsa recommended and asks if she wants to enter. Nina stops abruptly at the door, causing Kurito to look back, confused. He asks her what's wrong, but she just tells him to go in first. Blushing furiously, Nina thinks the shop is too stylish and embarrassing to enter. Kurito is bemused, thinking a cute girl would be more welcome than him. He shrugs it off and opens the door as Nina peeks from behind him. Nina's eyes widen in awe as she takes in the shop's interior. The beautiful shop is filled with glass sculptures, with an artisan working in back. The artisan is shown meticulously crafting a piece of delicate glassware. Kurito observes the artisan working alone while Nina whispers that she likes the atmosphere. Nina spots a transparent glass rabbit, exclaiming in delight at its cuteness. Kurito looks around the shop, browsing the other glass creations. His attention is suddenly caught by a much larger sculpture on display. He is impressed by the larger pieces, like a life-size glass bear. His eye widens as he recognizes the shape of another sculpture. He stares at a large, abstract piece that looks exactly like a shimmering slime. He is instantly captivated, thinking it's amazing and that he must buy it. A display case shows elegant glass trees and other decorative items. Kurito is shocked to see the slime sculptures come in 10 different colors. Nina points decisively at the glass rabbit, having made her final choice. Kurito asks if it's the one she saw first, and she confirms it is. He kindly offers to buy it for her, but she quickly refuses. She proudly holds up a small purse, explaining her mother gave her money. Kurito understands this was Stella's way of letting her be independent. He smiles, thinking about the best way to handle the situation. He decides that letting her use her own money is a valuable experience. He agrees and says they should go pay for their items. The bell in the shop door chimes as they leave after their purchase. Outside, Nina teases a blushing Kurito about buying so many slime sculptures. He admits that such things just awaken his inner child. Nina clutches her new treasure, saying shopping is fun and her rabbit is very cute. Kurito suggests putting her purchase in his spatial storage for safekeeping. Nina smiles, saying that would ruin the fun of carrying her new prize. She eagerly asks Kurito if they can visit some other shops now. Kurito smiles, feeling his own excitement growing for their shopping trip. He declares they should shop at any store that catches their eye, and she agrees. Kurito thinks that while wasting money is bad, he's been completely charmed by her. In an accessory shop, Nina agonizes over which color hair clip to buy. Kurito watches her, wondering what she is so intently focused on. He has a sudden moment of realization about what she is looking at. He sees she's looking at flower hair clips, a distinctly girlish item. He suggests she just pick her favorite color, as any would suit her. Nina insists it is a gift for her mother and must be the perfect color. Kurito pictures the gentle Stella and agrees that a thoughtful gift would suit her. Kurito watches Nina agonize over the beautiful hair clips, commenting on the difficult choice. Faced with so many options, Nina wonders if she should just buy two. She clutches her purse, realizing she wouldn't have enough left for her father's gift. Kurito knows Andre would weep with joy at the thought alone, but respects Nina's mission. He suggests she buy her father's gift first, then see what money remains. Nina agrees, but is now faced with a new dilemma. What is her father like? A vision of a flushed, happy Andre makes the answer obvious to both of them. They conclude that fine alcohol is the perfect gift, but likely too expensive. A brilliant idea suddenly strikes Kurito. He suggests a wine glass instead, and an excited Nina wants to go look immediately. They step into the elegant glassware section of the shop. Nina marvels at all the different glasses, asking Kurito for his opinion. He tells her the choice should be hers, which makes her wonder why. He explains with a grin that if he chose, her father would likely cry his eyes out. Surprising Kurito with her speed, Nina makes her decision in an instant. She proudly holds up a simple glass, declaring it looks easy to wash. Kurito reflects that with price being a factor, she can only afford one clip now. Back at the accessory counter, she looks over the beautiful display of flower clips. She carefully tries one on, checking her appearance in a small mirror. She finally decides on a lovely orange clip, and Kurito agrees it's a great choice. She pictures her mother wearing it, thinking the color will suit her perfectly. As they leave, Kurito asks which color her final choice was between. Nina points to a beautiful light blue clip, identifying it as the runner-up. Kurito tells her he'll be right back, rushing off to buy something. He stands before the counter, looking at the display of hair accessories. A close-up shows the pretty orange and light blue flower-shaped hair clips. His secret purchase made, he thanks the shopkeeper and leaves. As dusk falls, they walk through the elegant, covered shopping arcade. The cobblestone streets begin to fill with the feet of a growing crowd. They emerge into a square packed with people, all looking in the same direction. The view from a balcony reveals the massive crowd and the distant Zephyr Castle. The sheer number of people is staggering, and they're caught in the throng. Kurito wonders aloud what's happening to draw such a large crowd. They are jostled and pushed, trying to stay together in the dense sea of bodies. He looks up, realizing with a start that the sky has grown dark. He tells Nina it's getting late, and they should head back to the village. In the crush of people, he sees her being swept away from him. A jolt of pure, unadulterated panic flashes across Kurito's face. He hears Nina's small voice calling his name from somewhere in the crowd. He spots her a few feet away, a wave of immense relief washing over him. He shouts for her to stay put, thankful she hasn't been crushed. Pushing through the bodies, he reaches out his hand, calling her name. Nina reaches back, her expression a mixture of fear and relief. He firmly grasps her hand, pulling her back to his side. He puts a protective arm around her, keeping her safe from a jostling crowd. She apologizes, explaining that the crowd was too strong and just swept her away. He apologizes in turn, blaming himself and saying he's just glad she's safe. Suddenly, the night sky erupts in a brilliant, dazzling explosion of light. The bright flash illuminates the crowd, and Kurito looks up in surprise. He realizes what's happening as the crowd roars its approval. Fireworks. He understands the reason for the crowd now, admiring the magnificent view. Nina stares up at the sky, utterly captivated, her eyes reflecting the sparkling lights. Kurito glances down at her, his hand still held protectively near hers. Her small hand clutches her bag, just inches from his own. He gently takes her hand in his. Noticing her expression change, he softly asks what's wrong. With tears in her eyes, she whispers that she wants to stay a little longer. Kurito looks down at her with a gentle, knowing smile. He explains that if they stay any later, her parents will begin to worry. Nina looks down sadly, believing she may never get to see this again. He promises he'll bring her back with his magic. She looks up, asking if it's true. He gives a simple, heartfelt confirmation. Against the backdrop of the fireworks, he smiles warmly and says, "I promise." Nina looks up at him, her face filled with hope. Her expression breaks into a radiant, tearful smile as she agrees. It's a promise. She vows that they will absolutely come back to see them together again. The brilliant streaks of the fireworks fade from the city sky. The scene transitions to the peaceful, star-filled night over Howren Village. In a flash of light, Kurito and Nina teleport back, landing gently in her yard. Nina marvels at their instant return, while Kurito breathes in the fresh village air. She says that while the city was fun, it feels good to be home. Kurito hears a sound and turns sharply as the cottage door flies open. A frantic, sobbing Andre bursts out, crying his daughter's name. He smothers her in a hug, asking if she was okay and if she was scared. Nina reassures her overprotective father that she was fine with Kurito. She cuts off his worrying, eager to share her adventure. She exclaims to her father how absolutely incredible the capital is. She breathlessly recounts the tall buildings, the magic, the different people, and the fireworks. She adds that the food was incredibly fancy and delicious. With a blissful smile, she declares the entire day was like a dream. Andre, seeing her so happy and safe, is overcome with relief. Nina suddenly remembers something important she has to do. Andre looks at her, his expression shifting to one of deep suspicion. Stella, appearing behind him, lands a sharp chop on his head, scolding him. She reminds him not to look at Kurito that way, as she approved the trip. Andre grumbles his reluctant understanding. Stella smiles, saying she can tell from Nina's face just how much fun she had. Andre sincerely thanks Kurito for looking after their daughter for so long. Kurito beams, saying it was a promise and he had fun too. He suggests that next time, the whole family should go, shocking Andre. Nina asks her father why he's reacting that way, as Kurito and Stella giggle. Andre protests that he's not scared, and Stella declares the matter settled. Kurito is struck by another idea. He whispers to Nina that giving her father his gift might calm his nerves. Nina calls out to her mother and father, getting their attention. With a grand tada, she presents the souvenir she bought for them. Andre is overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming that it's a present from his daughter. Stella loves the beautiful hair clip, and Andre is thrilled with his new wine glass. Stella firmly tells him he cannot drink from it every day, and he meekly agrees. Kurito is amused by the exchange, noting it's rare to see Stella so assertive. Kurito considers the gifts he's given, but a thought gives him pause. He sees the joyful faces of Andre's family, a perfect, happy picture. The scene makes him regret not giving his own late father more gifts, but he realizes he has a chance to do things differently now. With a smile, he offers them a special souvenir from the capital. Stella insists that he stay and share the delicious meal with them. As the family prepares to leave for the night, Kurito calls out. He asks Nina to hold out her hands, a surprise in store for her. Nina looks on with wide-eyed, innocent curiosity, wondering what it is. He places a beautiful, light blue, flower-shaped hair clip in her hands. He explains it's a gift from him, thinking it would suit her well. Nina is overcome with emotion, clutching the precious gift to her chest. She looks up at him, her face flushed with pure, unadulterated happiness. She presses the small accessory close to her heart, filled with joy. As they walk into the night, she softly thanks him for everything. She immediately clips it into her hair and asks if it looks good. Kurito beams back, assuring her that it looks absolutely amazing on her. Back at their cottage, Stella asks Andre what is on his mind. He smiles softly, watching his daughter's happiness with a father's pride. Kurito and Nina share a moment of pure, innocent laughter together. Andre resolves that he must thank Kurito again for all his kindness. Back in his mansion, Kurito has a mortifying realization about the capital. Without Elsa's help, his grand tour of the city would have failed. Living a two-base life, he feels he must learn to enjoy both. In a world without the internet, gathering information is incredibly difficult. He thinks for a moment, an idea beginning to form in his mind. He remembers Elsa, her refined taste making her the perfect guide. His mind is made up. He knows exactly who he needs to ask. With a burst of determined energy, he leaps out of his bed. He decides he will go and ask Elsa for her expert advice. His journey takes him from the quiet country to the bustling capital. He stands before the grand facade of his city mansion, ready. With a flash of magic, he arrives inside, ready for his mission. He decides to learn from her, calling out her name as he runs. In his haste, he carelessly throws open a door, hitting Arsh. He peeks around the door, confused by the unexpected, soft impact. He sees Arsh on the floor, stunned and holding her face in pain. With a bloody nose, she still tries to welcome him home formally. Kurito panics, insisting it's his fault and rushing to get ice. The commotion brings Elsa, who calmly asks what is going on. Elsa assesses the chaotic scene, quickly understanding what has happened. He concludes it was just a case of terribly unfortunate timing for both. Elsa tells Arsh to go and rest, handling the situation efficiently. The young maid quickly scurries off to recover from the accident. He feels utterly useless, wishing he had recovery magic to help her. Elsa turns to him, asking what brought him to the mansion today. He's amused by her complete lack of reaction to his earlier panic. He begins to explain the real reason for his sudden, chaotic visit. He asks for her advice on how to enjoy his time in the capital. He asks her specifically how she spends her own days off from work. She pauses for a moment, considering his unusual but serious question. She describes her quiet days, visiting cafes, reading books, and shopping. He is impressed by her sophisticated hobbies and asks for more ideas. Another idea occurs to her as she thoughtfully touches her chin. She suggests him to see paintings, which confuses Kurito at first. She asks if he is not aware of the capital's vibrant art scene. Zephril, she explains, is home to many famous artists and museums. She concludes that these are the ways she typically enjoys her time. He decides he'll ask Arsh later for more boisterous entertainment ideas. He agrees, thinking it's best not to bother Arsh after the accident. He resolves to start by finding a comfortable place to be alone. He thanks Elsa for the advice and heads out for a walk. He stands on the pavement, ready to begin his solo exploration. He feels confident, armed with the useful information she gave him. He decides to start by visiting the Northern District she recommended. The Northern District is a charming area with timber-framed buildings. Kurito is impressed by the stylish and elegant storefronts he sees. He notes the calm, sophisticated atmosphere of the wealthy district. He looks around, taking in the unfamiliar but pleasant surroundings. He notices many inviting bookstores, including some selling used books. The architecture is refined, part of a fashionable shopping area. He decides to start his exploration with one of the bookstores. He cautiously pushes the door open and peeks inside the shop. His breath is taken away by the incredible sight that greets him. A magnificent spiral staircase winds around a massive, gnarled tree trunk. He feels a thrill of excitement, like he's in a theme park. He finds himself completely lost, unsure where to find anything. Then, his eyes land on a familiar section that catches his interest. He reaches for a beautifully illustrated picture book on the shelf. He immediately thinks of Nina and how much she would love it. He decides to buy several books to share with the village children. He leaves the shop, having made his purchases for the children. He stands on the steps outside, pleased with his thoughtful gifts. He realizes he got carried away, buying things for others again. He scolds himself for being so easily swayed by thoughts of Nina. He resolves to stop shopping and practice some much-needed self-control. Even so, he still needs to figure out his next move. It's still a bit too early to stop for lunch right now. He decides to continue his walk and explore the area a bit more. He passes another stylish cafe, its sign depicting a grand sailing ship. An elegant boutique displays the latest fashion for the city's elite. He continues his walk, taking in the sights of the fashionable district. He passes shop after shop, each one more refined than the last. His wandering eventually leads him to a magnificent, columned building. He looks up at the grand structure, recognizing it as an art museum. He remembers Elsa telling him the capital was a city of arts. Even so, something about the place seems particularly impressive. The presence of a guard suggests a very important exhibit is inside. Though he never cared for art before, he thinks it might be interesting. He decides to go inside and see what treasures the museum holds. At the museum's front desk, a guard formally questions a curious Corrido. Two uniformed guards perform a routine security check before allowing him entry. Corrido carefully signs his name in the official guest register with a fountain pen. From the entrance, he gazes upon the vast, intimidatingly modern museum hall. He feels a bit nervous, wondering if all art museums are so imposing. Peeking from behind a column, he cautiously observes the sophisticated patrons. The silence is so profound, he thinks that he can almost hear his own breath. He stands awkwardly beside a large pillar, feeling distinctly out of his element. Realizing it's the oldest museum, he sees a chance to learn this world's history. Corrido wanders through a gallery, the walls lined with ornately framed paintings. He looks up in contemplation at a large, classical statue of a draped figure. An entire wall is dedicated to a collection of beautiful, empty, decorative mirrors. He looks down at his simple boots, feeling a bit lost and unsure. He admits to himself that he honestly doesn't know what makes art good or bad. The other patrons murmur appreciatively, their expressions full of deep understanding. He notices a large crowd has formed in front of one specific painting. A question mark appears as he wonders what has captured everyone's attention. He notes that only this single painting has drawn such a large group of people. He cranes his neck, trying to get a glimpse of the artwork through the crowd. The painting is a stunningly realistic and vibrant landscape of Zephyr Castle. The artist has captured the city's rooftops and distant mountains in perfect detail. Corrido is completely captivated, whispering a soft, "Whoa," under his breath. He wonders aloud what the title of this incredible painting could be. His eyes widen as he searches for the plaque on the bottom of the frame. The plaque reveals the title, Zephyr Castle, and the artist's name, Raphaelia. Leaving the museum, he smiles, thinking that such an amazing painting actually exists. He blushes with a happy, warm feeling, the memory of the art still fresh. Realizing he's hungry from all the walking, he decides to find an early lunch. He walks down a fashionable street in the northern district, bustling with people. He stops outside a trendy cafe, its outdoor patio filled with stylish patrons. He's immediately horrified by the social scene, thinking there's no way he can enter. Inside, a group of young women chat animatedly over cakes and drinks. A fashionable couple enjoys a quiet, intimate moment at an outdoor table. Another couple playfully feeds each other a bite of dessert. He stares at the packed cafe, feeling an overwhelming wave of social anxiety. When a waitress asks if he's a party of one, he stammers that it's too intimidating. She offers him a seat at the counter, which only intensifies his panic. He quickly apologizes and says he'll pass, making a hasty retreat. He stands dejectedly outside another shop, his first attempt a complete failure. He wipes sweat from his brow, frustrated with his own social awkwardness. It dawns on him that he shouldn't be surprised, as he took advice from an 18-year-old. He couldn't bear the thought of sitting alone at a counter, surrounded by happy women. He sighs with disappointment, accepting that the recommended shop wasn't for him. He runs onward, convinced that if he keeps walking, he'll find a suitable place. He passes another cafe, where a couple is enjoying a pleasant meal on the patio. He continues his brisk walk through a busy shopping district, still searching. He glances at another shop just as the owner flips the sign to closed. His feet pound the cobblestones as he continues his increasingly desperate search. He slumps against a wall in exhaustion, groaning that no places are available. Utterly worn out and starving, he complains that his legs feel like lead. He wonders if he should have just forced himself to go into the fur shop. He stops suddenly, his senses catching something in the air. He realizes he has wandered into a quiet, unfamiliar back alley. He muses that he must have gotten lost while wandering aimlessly. He's about to give up and have Elsa cook for him when a scent stops him. He pauses, sniffing the air, trying to identify the pleasant aroma. He looks up, recognizing the rich, inviting smell of coffee. He spots a charming sign for the Black Cat's Coffee, hanging above a doorway. He feels as though he has been saved, a choir of angels celebrating his discovery. He thinks the name Black Cat's Coffee is quite cute and appealing. He takes a determined step forward, praying that there will be an empty seat. The cafe's interior is warm and spacious, with a charming, rustic aesthetic. He is pleasantly surprised by how large and open the inside is. A friendly waitress with a bright, welcoming smile greets him at the door. She gestures warmly, inviting him to choose any seat he likes. Overcome with relief, he feels twice as happy as usual just to have gotten inside. He settles into a comfortable booth, a feeling of peace washing over him. He takes a moment to look around the quiet, tastefully decorated cafe. He finds the classic, old-fashioned coffee shop has a wonderfully nostalgic feel. This quiet, hidden gem, he decides, suits him much better than a trendy spot. The friendly waitress approaches his table to take his order. He points to the menu, ordering the sandwich lunch special with an iced fruit tea. While waiting, he admires the charming wooden beams and hanging lamps. He feels a sense of calm as the waitress returns with his meal. She places his sandwich lunch and a tall glass of fruity tea before him. His eye twitches in surprise as he gets a proper look at his food. The sandwich is enormous, 2 massive triangles overstuffed with egg salad. He exclaims aloud that it's huge, much to the waitress's amusement. She leans in conspiratorially, explaining her father's belief that sandwiches must be big. She gestures to a dapper, mustachioed man, a gentleman who is particular about food. She adds that the fillings change daily, according to her father's whims. Kurito laughs, finding the story behind the cafe quite charming. The waitress smiles and tells him to enjoy his meal at his own pace. He picks up 1/2 of the sandwich, wondering where to even begin. He opens his mouth to take a bite, his eyes lighting up with recognition. He realizes it's an egg sandwich with a nostalgic, paste-like filling. It reminds him of the convenience store sandwiches he often ate in his old world. He takes a large, satisfying bite, a look of bliss on his face. Chewing happily, he notes that despite its size, the flavor is quite delicate. He reflects that finding his own quiet sanctuary was the correct choice after all. He declares with a happy sigh that he will definitely be coming back here. The cafe remains peaceful, with only a few other patrons enjoying the quiet. He finishes every last crumb, his plate now completely empty. He thinks it's wonderful to get such a satisfyingly large meal at a coffee shop. Feeling full and content, a pleasant drowsiness begins to creep over him. With his iced tea still unfinished, he decides to read one of the books he bought. He settles back into his booth, becoming engrossed in the book's pages. He treasures the quiet space, a perfect sanctuary from the city's hustle and bustle. He imagines future evenings spent reading, dining, or enjoying the city's night view. The gentle, melodic notes from a gramophone fill the air of the tranquil cafe. Kurito enjoys a peaceful moment alone, lost in a book at a quiet cafe. He has found a perfect sanctuary, a quiet haven in the bustling capital city. His tranquil solitude is suddenly and unexpectedly shattered by a familiar voice. Emilio appears, greeting a surprised Kurito with a smug, charismatic smile. He cheerfully asks how Kurito is doing, enjoying his partner's bewilderment. Kurito recoils in silent, comical horror at the unwelcome intrusion on his day off. Emilio playfully teases him, noting the utterly disgusted look on his face. Corrido tells him not to be so bothersome as Emilio smoothly takes a seat. Ignoring him, Emilio orders an iced milk tea, ruining Corrido's precious day off. Corrido accuses Emilio of spreading strange rumors about him and Nina being lovers. Emilio corrects him, stating he only mentioned an intimate friend and has business. Corrido asks how he was found, and Emilio coolly reveals Elsa told him. Elsa had apparently told Emilio that figuring out Corrido's location would be simple. Corrido is confused as the recommended shopping street was on the other side of town. Emilio explains he knew Corrido was too anxious to enter a trendy shop alone. The crushing accuracy of his deduction strikes Corrido like a bolt of lightning. He realizes Emilio perfectly predicted his panicked flight to a quiet, secluded cafe. He is intensely annoyed, but cannot argue because every word is infuriatingly true. Corrido grudgingly admits defeat, suggesting Emilio should just become a detective already. The waitress delivers Emilio's iced milk tea as Corrido slumps in defeat. Finally, Corrido asks about the urgent business that brought Emilio here. Emilio reveals that a certain individual has a request they wish to make. Corrido's interest is piqued by the serious tone of his partner's voice. He explains that rivals surely know of his company's activities and are investigating. Powerful figures will undoubtedly try to uncover their network of collaborators. Corrido concedes the point, acknowledging their success is no longer a secret. He feels secure, knowing his unique magic allows him to escape any situation. He finds it unusual for Emilio to bring such a request, given their focus. Emilio responds with a knowing, mysterious smile, hinting at more to come. He reveals the client is an old acquaintance, surprising Corrido with this personal detail. Corrido realizes he knows absolutely nothing about his enigmatic partner's private life. Admitting his curiosity, Emilio is pleased, saying this will speed things up. Emilio reveals the client is waiting outside, and Corrido is horrified for her. With a casual, yes, yes, Emilio gets up to let the visitor inside. He strides to the wooden door and pulls it open to welcome the guest. An elegant shoe steps across the threshold, announcing a graceful arrival. A woman of breathtaking, ethereal beauty enters, standing beside a smiling Emilio. Corrido is immediately struck by her appearance, thinking how beautiful she is. Her fragile beauty evokes a powerful, instinctual desire in him to protect her. He shoots to his feet, flustered and stammering, certain he is intruding. He apologizes profusely for interrupting what he assumes is their private time. He continues to fumble for words, completely overwhelmed by the situation. The woman asks who he is before gracefully apologizing for her delayed introduction. She introduces herself as Raphilia, a painter, and Corrido's mind reels with recognition.